Greetings and welcome to this week's episode of Vampire the Masquerade Beyond Armageddon. Before we begin, I'd like to make a few announcements. First, we are proud to announce that Sabbat the Schism is officially out now. Not only does it delve into the history and lore of the sect, it opens up multiple role-playing options for fans of the game, including new playable clans, elder level powers, and much more. You can find your own copy of Sabbat the Schism in the link below. Second, I'd like to thank RS Experiments, our local musical talent, for graciously providing the custom music you've been enjoying so far, including our awesome main theme song called Haven Dweller. If you enjoy any of the music used during the stream and you'd like to hear more, you can find a full library of Mark's work by clicking the link below to RS Experiments' SoundCloud page. Lastly, if you enjoyed tonight's session and you'd like to see more, be sure to follow both our channels. You can catch us live most Sundays at 7 p.m. CET by tuning in to youtube.com/@EriseGames or at twitch.tv/EriseGames. Alternatively, you can enjoy all our recorded sessions on YouTube. Links below. Remember to like, subscribe, and be sure to leave us feedback and suggestions in the comments below. We hope you enjoy the session. And without further ado, let us delve into the world of darkness in tonight's episode of Vampire the Masquerade Beyond Armageddon. As the night takes over LA and storefronts begin to close, clubs begin to pick up clientele, and the city, most of the city, goes into a weary silence. At the penthouse haven, Serena walks out of the bedroom, accompanying Olivia to the exit. As Olivia approaches the front door, they turn back and speak. So yes, tonight I cannot be bothered. I'm already running short on time, and the last test subject you sent was interesting, but his parts won't do for very long. As Olivia says this, they raise an oddly bird-like hand, clearly grafted where the original hand was.
Well, I'm glad that It can still serve you, but I understand.
Time runs short. I'm not sure how much I
Yes.
have.
I can help. Don't forget.
Not tonight. This part I have to do by myself.
All right.
He says so.
All right. Well, I'll see you later. And Serena leans in and presses her forehead against Olivia's.
With
No.
eyes closed, Olivia presses back and then turns and begins leaving the building.
Serena stays and watches for a bit.
As the elevator door begins to close, Olivia seems to be at the beginning of saying something, but holds back, and the elevator door fully closes and goes down.
Um, Serena waits for a bit and then turns back into the apartment. Uh, she has things to read, so she takes up one of the books on the spheres and goes down into the lounge where she sits down
Mm-hmm. As
and
you.
reads and reads
Apologies. Go on.
and reads.
Ah. As you sit on the very comfortable new couch, as the previous one was essentially
A
wrecked.
lounge. Iris lounges on it.
Yes. You lounge on it, holding the book almost with only one hand, right at the spine, and carefully flipping the pages. In the meantime, uh, Jasper, as you awaken, you look around to see that your test subject seems to be almost watching you, staring at you, um, standing right at the foot of the bed with a very dull expression.
Uh,
You do seem quite bored, but I would prefer not to wake up with someone staring at me as he gets up from the bed.
Apologies, Master Jasper. I couldn't help but worry. You don't move much in daytime.
It is normal.
Still worrying.
Don't worry. It's just a temporary nature, like one falling asleep.
Speaking of
Speaking of sleep,
which, hmm?
have you had any sleep lately?
No. I believe on average I sleep about one, maybe 1.5 hours every couple of days.
Hey,
I do feel exhaustion, but at the same time, it's very difficult for me to sleep, or at least to find sleep easily.
I want you to take notes about yourself, temperature, exhaustion, how you feel over these next few days. I need to get a sense if you're healthy or if your state of health is decaying over time.
Of course,
Wouldn't want that to happen.
will physical notes be required, or are verbal reports sufficient?
Physical notes would be more appreciated, but verbal would also be good.
I'll attempt to keep updated physical notes for you. Anything
Speaking of,
else?
how What is your studies exactly?
I
Have
have
you
I have gone through about 3 of the books in the library. Mrs. Serena has so kindly allowed me access to. I managed to memorize most of the information therein. I can report the highlights or recite the books if needed.
interesting to know? What about your metabolism? Has anything changed from that?
I seem to process food much slower than before. Sometimes I regurgitate when trying to keep schedules on my meals.
Hmm. Physically, does he look healthy?
He looks gaunter than before. He looks a bit weaker than before, but he doesn't seem to act any different.
Have you felt your, well, strength deteriorate? Maybe a vigor, perhaps?
I believe the blood keeps me um, awake, aware, and healthy enough to fulfill my tasks.
I see.
I've yet to
Speaking of
receive
blood,
the order to stand down and rest, so that is not what I have been doing.
mhm. Speaking of blood, take your daily dosage.
Of course.
Jesper will just casually open up himself so blood can pour out from his
Mm-hmm.
wrist.
And despite the quality of your blood being sort of half coagulated, um, almost, and this is supposed to be a quite disgusting description, almost chunky in nature. Um, your test subject basically latches onto your wrist and only lets go on your command.
Mhm. I would let him this time take instead of just one, maybe 2 blood points. See if perhaps that will help stabilize itself a little bit more.
Okay. Well, as he drinks, you feel as the blood leaves you feel a bit hungrier every time he gulps down. Um, and you see his body slowly begin to almost regain some of its mass. His skin begins to regain some color. And as another bout of hunger grows in you, um, the subject pulls away um, and looks to you. You have my thanks, Master Jasper. Believe I'm fully fed.
Good. I will heal myself. Uh, this is most interesting. You should probably get with Serena. In the meantime, uh,
Of course. Shall
have
I reach out to her before you make your way down?
if you would.
Of course. He turns and begins walking out of the room. As he comes
And
down the stairs. Oh, yes?
and Jasper would get ready to get out of his room.
Mm-hmm. As the subject walks down the stairs, passing by other rooms, eventually he passes by a door that opens up as Jack walks out, closing one of the books he's been reviewing, um, and almost bumping into this test subject who recoils quite gracefully, after which he gives a slight bow. My apologies, Master Jack.
It's okay.
He turns and begins walking down the stairs.
Yeah. Oh. I'll walk down the stairs too.
Mm-hmm.
Need to get some more books.
Yeah. As you begin to enter the lounge area, essentially attached to this large room you have used as a library, you pass by Serena, quite comfortably lounging on the couch and reading one of the books. The test subject approaches Serena and says, Madam Serena, Mr. Jasper would like to speak soon. He is only getting ready and he'll be making his way down.
Okay.
The test
Well,
subject... Oh, please.
Okay, well, I'm not moving from here for a while. And Serena, without looking up, just like flips another page and continues reading.
The test subject gives a bow and begins walking towards the library room. Jack, as you enter the library room, what are you looking for in particular?
Well, since recently we had another nasty rush, probably something on shades, if I have some. Otherwise, just like on rush.
You may make a wits and academics roll, please.
Yeah. Not a lot of dice over there. Hey.
Don't matter.
Silence dice.
You run your finger through the rows of books, eventually reaching a section dedicated to spirits, specifically the nature of spirits. As you pass a few volumes on communication with spirits, identity of the long dead and how it differs from when they lived, you eventually reach a book that speaks of myths regarding specters and spirits manifesting in our world. Remembering that there were legends that allowed you to identify what a shade was in the first place, you take this book along with one not too far from it that details behavioral differences between specters. And as you turn to leave the library, Jasper arrives at the lounge.
Oh. Hello there.
Good evening, Jack, Serena.
Do we have like one big sofa or like a couple of chairs too?
One big sofa and a few reading chairs spread around the place. Some tables, candles to be lit on request, and you also have a fireplace with a uncharacteristic addition to it, which is sort of a panel in front of it that is opaque. And the fireplace is essentially it's one of those that you load whatever wood you want, and then you basically have a button that sets the fireplace.
Yeah, I'll sit in one of the chair and begin flipping through the book because like I know the general I probably know like where in general the information I might need is?
Oh, Serena. Interesting developments. Uh, Test subject 4 seems to be having difficulties with regular sleep. From what he said, he seems to sleep about an hour every few days, an hour or two. He has also
Have you
been
checked that
slightly.
his Have you checked that his brain continues proper flushing? Human sleep is essentially, mm, well, it has certain needs. And Serena like puts like the book down, folding her hands on top of it. Well, like closes the book and puts it in her lap, folding her hands on top of it, and so primary purpose for sleep is that the human brain flushes toxins. If however much he gets sleep is enough, then there's really isn't any issue, is there?
Yes, that is a slight worry because I do not know if he's getting enough sleep. I just received this information. Or
Well, you'll need to research how that would you know how that would be. You'll need to just research how to detect whether there's too many of those harmful toxins or not. And if there's no issues, then there's really not any need for you to do anything. Because if his body, the muscles just really need mostly like sleep.
but there is also the problem. He seems not to be eating well. His body is regurgitating most food that he tries to eat, but apparently my blood has been keeping him somewhat healthy.
Well, just surprising given the consistency of your blood. But you're gonna have to research. Whatever you did could have like changed whatever are his dietary needs.
Yes. Perhaps should
Uh,
look.
and as Serena's like talking, she usually has like very animated, like movements. And on several times, something on her hand gets caught on her red hair, which she then just like detangles and then puts her hands down until she gestures again and rinse and repeat.
So,
On the other hand, he seems to have already read one third of the library of the books, and apparently he can write down the summary or even, well, tell us the summary of most books just by having reading once.
I see. That's interesting.
basically, Jack's like going to put his finger in the middle of the book. Uh, that's he might have gotten a eidetic memory. That's not an uncommon thing. I'm curious about sleep brain drainage because Da Vinci, according to some sources, would sleep in like bursts of 15 minutes occasionally and in total in like 2 hours in a day. Would that be the case for subject, object, whatever?
Well, he did say he would sleep once every few
Yes,
days.
but I mean like the effect. Like
Hmm.
either he doesn't need to clean his brain so much as human do,
Let us
or
ask him then. And Jasper would go enter the library to call him.
Mm-hmm. As you enter the library, you watch the test subject as he is essentially motioning as if he was picking a book. But eventually his finger sort of lags to the side, as if he's almost tracing an imaginary line of books that is not quite there, as he goes over some books that are tilted. He runs his finger through part of the wall at the end of the line, and at some point his hand just stops, and he stays there. And then he seems to sort of snap to the side and continue doing what he was doing, and it seems completely normal.
Test subject? I'm here.
Yes, Master Jasper.
And he will proceed to go to the lounge area with test subject 4.
Yep.
So, Jack, please ask your question to him.
Do you, like, Jasper said that you don't need to sleep so much. Is it because you don't feel tired, or is it because something keeps you awake?
I'm quite exhausted. I'm struggling to settle my thoughts.
I see. Well, we had a trick in an army. You just lay completely still and try to not think about anything and just relax. If you still keep thinking about something, just think about the word nothing. It'll take a bit, but you'll get it.
I can attempt this, yes. Thank you for the advice, Master Jack.
It's no problem. You are more used when you're effective.
What exactly was happening with you right before I was about to call you? Or
I don't believe I follow.
you seem to dazed out a little bit.
Once again, I don't believe I follow. Could you clarify?
You were moving your hands about with the books, almost if picking one, and then you started to just move up your finger all the way pointing to the wall. Do you not remember you doing that?
I'm quite certain I didn't do it in the first place. I have perfect memories of what I was doing. I ran my finger through each of the lines of books. I read each title to make sure I could find connections between the materials I was reading, after which I went to the next line. I don't remember stopping.
Okay. Interesting.
I assume
But you,
I don't
Serene, do you
feel
have any
life from
questions?
either of them.
Jasper, could you repeat your question, please?
I just asked Serena if she has any question.
What?
Any questions towards subject 4?
Sorry. And you see that Serena was actually reading again. And then she just like closes the book. Tapping her hand a bit agitated on the cover. And then just like, okay, what happened with the books while he was looking for one?
And Jasper would just show exactly an image of what he saw to Serena mentally.
Serena just like looks to Jasper. By the way, don't do that without permission. You don't know if I have my guard set up. You could go mad. Ask first.
Very well, forgive me. Quite rude of
Uh,
me.
no, more like very risky of you. I have developed tools to keep my mind safe. Uh, Miguel, can you repeat exactly what Jasper saw?
So he gave an account of what happened with his school. Essentially, the subject seemed to trace his finger as if he was searching for a particular volume in the library.
Mm-hmm.
But at
Mm-hmm.
some point, his finger sort of began tracing a line that wasn't really coherent with the library itself, to the point where he even traced on the wall and then would hold his finger there and sort of shaking off the whatever was happening, he'd return to normal and continue.
Okay. Hmm. Kirill looks to it and is like, hmm, interesting. Um, well, you're best off just like double checking a certain aspect with Olivia. It's not exactly my expertise. Mm, but it could be in like this could be. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna quickly open my phone and I'm going to check what kind of facilities does my research center have. Does it have like the MRI and so on machines?
Um, so having a quick look as you bought the building, you have a report of what the facilities are,
Yep.
what they have. Um, you would have uh not an MRI machine present in the building, but there would be a budget put aside for experiments that could allow you to rent an MRI machine, for example. It also would have a number of uh, small test rooms for blind tests of psychic abilities. For example, there would be a set of two rooms next to each other, lined with uh, very thick concrete, LED panels, etc., etc., just to make sure it's
Mm-hmm.
isolated, with the only wall connecting the two rooms being the only wall that's not protected this way. You'd have a bunch of rooms like that prepared for this type of tests. You'd also have camera setups that are, removable, essentially modular applications in those rooms. So anything within reason, you can just say you have.
Well,
Anything that you don't have, you could
basically,
like arrange for renting with the
basically,
budget.
what I was more interested in like different like machines like meant for like seeing whether like the brain works the way it's intended to work.
While you don't have those machines, you have a budget designed specifically to rent those machines at a
Yeah.
reasonable rate.
Well, Serena looks at you. Well, there is um there could be some damage which you're unaware of. And frankly, most of those damage you're gonna have to use medical equipment like MRI machines, etc. Like like to see like how the neurological, like how the neurons are firing. My research center does have the budget to rent, but obviously it's not something that I can organize within the night, and even then, I mean, obviously it can be organized, but not the same night, and you
Of
know.
course.
Well, we can always get a guy who has more money. So your research center is more funded. Speaking of, is that a new ring you've got? Hopefully not from my shop.
This?
Yeah.
And Serena just like with a poker face, just like raises up the ring that like looks clearly like it's made from bone. Um, this is the new. It's a gift to replace my missing Voldery knife. Comes with a set.
Ah, I see.
Jack, while you don't sense any lies,
Mm-hmm.
you smell that there's something fishy about it.
Ah. I have to wonder what happened to that changeling guy from the library.
I gifted him to Olivia.
I see. Well, one less, I guess.
Hmm. Speaking of, Jack, you
Yes.
wanted to. You wanted me to summon someone,
Oh,
right?
if you if you might summon Waylon.
We can probably, perhaps, do it probably not here. Exact would be bad if he knew. Uh, where we lived, then most likely he won't remember as much. Like the
Hmm.
one
Well,
one of the thugs that Serena had. We could summon somewhere more privately, and we can give him the choice if you want for him to serve you or be a fish in a new aquarium for you, whichever
well,
you desire.
I wanted to take care of a bit of a business too. We
Which
can add
is
two together, which is Gilbert Strider, the fuck all rich guy who's very hard to put my hands on. And tonight I can. Like, Jack looks at Serena. Also, congrats. It was about time.
Serena looks at you with a confused look.
Cecil proposed to Olivia, I assume.
What? I mean,
Which finger is the ring on?
the one that it fits.
Which one does it fit?
The one you're thinking of.
So yeah,
Hmm,
in simple term, Olivia proposed.
congratulations, Serena.
Serena just like opens a book and is like, I will not be partaking in this tomfoolery. You're pretty sure you might have sawn a crossword inside the book.
So yeah,
Anywho,
it it is tonight. Serena, mind helping me out with the pass a bit? It is
Uh,
something about not showing compassion, but
what do you have a problem with?
well, what exactly is showing compassion?
Um,
How do you
well,
understand not showing compassion?
well, first of all, Um, it's not exactly. Well, it's not exactly. Well, many might word it as don't exhibit compassion for others. It's mostly about not actually feeling compassion for the fates of those who are below, below achieving, you know, who can be bothered to attain metamorphosis, because that comes out of another ethic of the path, that those that can be bothered to attain metamorphosis are beneath one's attention. So it's considering the needs of others if they're not metamorphosis. But obviously we are in the Sabbat, and we run in packs, and it's really about how you view your pack, you know? In a sense, well, what can I bring up as an example? Well, for example, you remember Sosimo, right?
Oh yeah.
And Sosimo was on humanity, and very problematic. But yet, for example, Olivia had a very high vinculum towards him, right?
I
Um,
suppose.
well, how does that show up? Does it you like there was concern that Sosimos survives, but there wasn't compassion in the sense that there was little sympathy for his plight. Uh, he cared enough to ensure that he lives and survives the night, trying to teach him that mortal attachments are a weakness that can be exploited by your enemies. And it started off soft and then went off into the very end result. But if you remember what humans consider showing compassion and sympathy and considering the needs of others, it would mean that I would consider what you would want me to do, right? And I don't consider that. Neither does Cecil. Even if we're under very strong vinculi bonds to others, mystically so, right?
Yeah.
Outside of, a metamorphosis, or few could basically, reach the point where, even not on the path, they can be considered as if they are achieving some form of transformation, right? We can respect certainly, very studious research and etc., and value others' contributions and the values they bring. And the concern for the pack is the same as the concern for one's own, how to say, I guess, property, in the worst case. But it's not really from what, a vampire, like some sappy toreador, might expect from their beloveds or friends. You know, mm, the past is above all, and all other things are not done out of compassion, even if they look like that. They're done to preserve good allies, good relationships with them, in order to guide young shovelheads who are still too dumb to reject their mortality and humanity, to guide them towards the understanding of where their folly lies.
So it's kind of how I sent Liliana to Madrid.
Yes,
I
it
didn't
is
do it. I didn't really do it because I wanted her to
because you
survive for
concern.
myself.
Yes, yes, because you don't concern really whether she dies or lives, right? You're not
Well,
doing it because you're going to
she's of
be.
use to Sabbat still.
Yes, yes, she's of use to Sabbat. Her fate is written anyway. But you're not doing it because you would shed tears over, you know, loss of her, so to say. And you're not doing it because that's what she would like you to do. So you're doing it because that's what makes reason and sense to you. For example, on my once I had a task when I was still learning the path from Cecil. I had to fetch a test subject, and it was in a very busy city district, and I had, I guess, maybe half an hour or 45 minutes, not a lot of time, to get away from the laboratories, which were somewhere in the sewer center of the city, and to find something, right? Someone. That's it. There was no other instruction given when I arrived at the location. So, mind you, I was still on humanity. So, of course, I was still very much, how to say, used to. Like most people would be still used to relegating who they pick based on who they feel less sorry for, right? And on surface, my choice could have been interpreted as if as a person I'd feel less sorry for if they died, because my choices were,
Can I interrupt you for a second? We can make it a lesson not only for me. Why don't you just present your choices, and then I and Jasper would have to basically understand what you had to what your choice was before you tell us.
Very well. Very well. Right then. Okay. So, once you get far away from the laboratory, you are once you got far away from the laboratory to pick somebody up, but the furthest you can go without, running out of time, you have a few choices in front of you. One of them, so those who are reasonably separated from the rest of the mortals, whom you can grab. One of them is a homeless person. This old man who looks like they've been through quite a lot, begging for money. Another one is this old lady who's walking alone, looking like she's coming back from a shop trip. Then there's a young mother with a stroller, also walking. Nearby, there's also a businessman talking excitedly, very loudly on the phone. And finally, you also see a drug dealer on the corner, currently talking with a customer, dealing out something. Pick and justify.
Well, from my perspective.
Wait. Both of you think.
Okay.
Give me your choices, and then
Yeah.
You both will,
As I offer.
clarify. So Jack, you pick the businessman. Jasper.
No. I was just going through the candidates.
Okay, fine. Then both of you first pick, and then you can.
Jasper looks a little bit uncomfortable with the conversation, but he's rolling with it. Jasper takes a look at Jax to see if he's going to answer first.
He's pondering. But you are very welcome. My idea for who the good candidate would be is way different from yours.
Jasper would look at Serenas as the drug dealer.
All right, Jack.
Oh, probably drug dealer or a homeless man. Just because it's a bit simpler. Nobody's
Right.
gonna cry about it.
Jasper, you can start with your reasoning. Why is a drug dealer?
Well, for once, it's easier to approach someone who's already trying to hide themselves. Easier to just get them away. And also because nobody will miss it, and, well, no need for more scum in the air, right? Than already existing. Someone less will make anyone miss anything.
Right. Mm. What if any other reasons, Jack?
Well, businessmen are dime a dozen, so that's not exactly a good candidate in a pinch. I mean, on any other day, I wouldn't go for it. I wouldn't get much from his dads. I can get another self self-interested fuck. Grandma, I doubt I will get much from already frail body dying in terms of studying the deaths.
That actually applies the same for um
And she's probably gonna be missed as a businessman would. Mother, she would be a interesting study, but even more even more attention. As for drug dealer, he's probably gonna try to deal for his life just as good as a businessman would, but who cares about him on the streets?
Jasper. Why not a homeless guy?
He would be unhealthy. He's also old, so not a very good test subject.
What about a young mother?
If she's a mother, she will be missed, so not particularly discreet to hit her.
Well, mm, of course I chose a drug dealer. Pretty much same reasoning. You never, well, with a businessman, it's not really a dime a dozen, but more like, I don't know what kind of a businessman he is. Does he have military contracts? Does he have access to any classified info? Will he be looked for? Um, what kind of, is he already perhaps trailed by somebody else? The mother, again, it's just as you guys said, it's very simple. A missing mother and a kid, that's a lot of media attention. And the location where I'm taking them is half an hour within that distance. Homeless person, just like the grandma, are just too old and frail for my. Because I was not aware of what type of experiment. So they were potentially too weak to survive whatever I had to do. Um, yes. And Serena looks to Jasper, and while the fact that you can reason that is already the first step, Jasper.
To both Jasper, Serena. So Jasper, you just thinking about these things sort of disgusts you a bit. You feel guilty for considering humans just a resource, not people, but you know, you feel guilty for not considering them individuals and people. You feel guilty for thinking of them as just projects. The same way as you felt guilty when test subject number 4 was put on the table, the same way you felt so guilty about him that you dubbed him test subject number 4, almost to dehumanize him and remove yourself from that discomfort. You feel that same discomfort with this thought experiment. You retain your humanity, and you feel somewhat guilty from the thought experiment. Serena and Jack, you notice the discomfort as he speaks about this topic.
Do I remember that Serena didn't really have that much discomfort with that, did she?
At first, she did. Quite a bit of it, actually. But it was essentially battered and worn down until all you felt was really numbness towards the topic. And you were slowly adopting a new sense of right and wrong as you adopted metamorphosis.
Serena looks at Jasper and says, "This discomfort you're feeling is normal at first. To You have to understand that humanity is also a set of convictions. One where you're beholden to society. Does not do well for a keen and sharp mind such as yours. After all, human scientists often test out new medical breakthroughs and other things first on animals.
If on animals, keep in mind, Second World War wasn't like a long time ago.
Yes, but we're going to be talking in terms that are understandable for Jasper.
Well, yeah, he hasn't been
Humans,
around for that.
and not only
Oh,
because of
I
that.
do remember the experiments from the first one.
Oh, first one was timid. Don't you worry.
Either way, the point is, this feeling of discomfort. It goes away with time as you progress along the path of metamorphosis. Uh, you learn to discard all these learned fallacies and convictions because it is very foolish for a vampire to pretend to be a human.
I see. I'll keep it in mind.
Either way, passive metamorphosis was made and developed for Zimitze, and it especially favors someone with a sharp intellect and curiosity such as yours. I think the humanity will only guide you closer to the sail. You won't be able to continue your work the way you do right now. Not for a long time.
It has been difficult.
Of course.
Because you feel attached to them. For you, they're not experiment yet. For you, they're still human.
But isn't it also better for us with such power and ability to guide them to become better than humanity? become something
Whatever
else.
you wish to, however you wish to guide or do to them. At first, you must understand one simple thing: science is not a tool of emotion. Research does not benefit from emotional attachments. Science, logic, and reason are based on cold, hard facts. Imagine where would be the state of our, um, imagine what would be the state of human technology if all technology was guided by politics, social conventions, and the rest. Most of human discoveries were made, how to say, for less than humane reasons.
Well,
Because
some were just
science,
paid with hefty price.
the point is, whatever your goals at the end, if you want to guide them towards whatever pinnacle of what you see as humanity, that is you imposing your view on them. And that does not actually coincide with the sentiments of humanity, its ethics. You're imposing your will. And you can only impose your will from a position of somebody who understands and knows better. As a vampire pretending to be human, you hardly know better.
Jasper, how pulling the perspective back a bit, how much effort are you putting into internalizing this lesson, and sort of suppressing your disgust? Is this something you're considering? Is it something you're actively attempting to
is.
do? What is
This last part, it is something so rational, and it makes so much sense that he is actually taking into consideration very deeply what Serena just said.
Okay. Are you considering it in the sense of putting it as a possibility for the future, or are you considering it as something you need to put into practice now, trying to internalize the lesson as much as possible as it comes to you? Is it something you're considering internalizing later or now?
I would say, from what Serena said, I would say now.
Okay. Make me a current willpower roll, please.
Is he this low in humanity?
Wow.
Okay. So let me just check something on your sheet.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow!
Let me check something on your sheet. Okay.
Boy just
You-
like assumes the fucking pass in one night.
You may lose. Entirely your choice how much and how much you divide where, but you can choose to lose up to 4 dots in either humanity, conscience, or self-control.
And divided.
No, 4, because you got
Or altogether.
yeah, 4 altogether, because you got a total of 7 successes.
7 successes.
So
yes.
half rounded up 4. You may remove 4 dots as you wish, without suffering any derangements in the process. This is something you're attempting to impose on your morals, and you're suppressing your mind to adopt these
By the
morals.
way, Renan, I will give you the context. You need to have all your virtues lowered to 1 and humanity to 3 to go to the path.
So I need to lower self-control. Oh, I don't want you. Let's see.
It's
You
up
can
to
lower
you.
the
It's up to
self-control
you.
to last.
It's up to you. You can manage these values as you wish. And you can go up to 4. You don't need to lose all the 4 at once. But essentially, this is a change that you're essentially thinking about. You're almost imposing this moral code upon yourself and justifying it in your mind. Sort of the same way as someone would justify flipping the lever on the trolley problem, right? It's something you know is, to some degree, not what you would want, but it is what is right. That's the type of mentality you're imposing on it. And you're sort of pushing through it, and that's going to be something you're mentally going to do throughout the night. The next night, you're going to awaken with this sort of personal exhaustion and enlightenment mixed together.
Do I get some enlightenment?
So both Jack and Serena, you both go 1 dot up on your path because
Yes.
you have
Okay.
successfully imposed your morals on someone else.
The Sabbat way. This is the way, brother.
God have destroyed my humanity so quickly with rational
Jasper,
thoughts.
Jasper,
Yes.
remember, up to 4. So you don't need to lose all 4. If you want, you can just lose 1. It's just you got
fun
enough
that I can-
successes to choose how much up to 4.
It's fun that I can go up to 5 like almost instantly, because for me, like, show an aversion to death and not pursue enlightenment. I've just been pursuing it for a couple of hours.
Wait, so I have to choose one to lose up
No,
to
you
4.
can.
You
no,
you have up
you
to
can
4
divide
points divided
Yeah.
between 2 virtues and
humanity.
humanity,
Yeah,
and you lose as much as you want. Like, you can lose 1, you can lose 0, you can lose all 4.
yeah. So basically, conscience, self-control, and humanity, you can lower it by 4 dots in total. Those 3.
Okay, I did it.
Like, humanity 2,
Let
conscience
me
2.
let me
eternity.
look at what your morals are like. Sweet.
No, there's
Sweet
no need
fucking
to
Jesus.
put humanity. There's no need to put humanity to 2. Just
Yeah,
humanity
I
3 is
meant
good enough.
2
No,
points
don't
from
worry,
humanity.
don't worry. He's
I meant
done
like
it.
2 points from humanity.
He's done it,
That's what I
and
meant.
it is horrifically beautiful.
Delicious.
Right. And as this conversation develops, Serena and Jack, you notice that Jasper is somewhat shaken by the conversation. Almost like his moral code was essentially a small house of cards, and you guys just removed one of the cards from the center, and it's now shaking and wobbling, and he doesn't quite know if it's going to hold or not. He seems to be very, very heavily considering it. And while you don't feel necessarily that you've enlightened yourselves from the process, you do feel a sort of suppressed satisfaction from expressing these ideals in such a way that someone would so willingly adopt them.
What can I say? Serena is
She's a
It's
back
good at
priest
me.
for a reason.
yes. Despite what certain necromancers would like to tell her.
Certain necromancers.
Certain
Anyway,
2 necromancers.
proceed.
The third necromancer of the city is like, you are the back priest. So, yeah, that was interesting conversation. Do I get a message from Leah? Or anything like that?
You do get a... You check your phone to see that you, prior to waking up, you have gotten a text saying that the other, your other ghoul has reported that the meeting is essentially open for whenever you want. Strider seems to have a free afternoon or a free night today.
Anyone feel like being more rich tonight? Because I am.
Cyril looks to Jack. I always like being more rich.
Yeah.
Jasper still
And-
processing everything.
Like, I don't have, like, I could get a new cash pick.
Well, get in line because I'm getting him. But
Whom?
it's not Strider, obviously. It's not like I'm
Oh,
not
wait.
gonna share.
Wait, where are you going?
Did she send me the location?
Are you, like, going to a private billionaire event she's organizing, or are you just crashing his house?
I'm going to his either business or his place,
I see.
I assume. Is it
I need-
in Camarilla territory or like no?
The address you were given. So essentially, to contextualize, Leo's worked with you and with your other ghoul to sort of build you up as an important contact and a potential source of really, really good business. Essentially, you were propped up as potentially a billionaire, like next Elon Musk levels of rich. And because of this, the address you got is somewhere within the Hollywood Hills.
It's in Hollywood.
So, what you're going
So-
there as?
As a new comment of Elon Musk minus all, right-leaning probably rhetoric. I'm not sure.
Okay, so, like an Elon Musk who actually did something except just invest in shit.
Yes.
And then run it to the ground.
Well, I'm kind of okay with not running into the ground part.
Okay,
But-
well, you
Some
need,
might
like- do you
Well-
need backup or something? I could pretend to be a secretary.
or a
With
trophy
presents.
wife if you feel like it. No implications.
I mean,
Whatever floats your boat.
yeah. Wait. Actually, Iris just like walks over to Jack. Am I taller than Jack?
She's like 108, 182. Like,
She is taller. Yeah, you are taller than Jack.
I mean, yes, I do have the height of a trophy wife.
if you put high heels on, it's gonna be just accepted as high heels.
Well, I have to wear high heels. Have you seen my feet?
I can only say that the surgeon did a bloody good job.
Right. I do have some clothes that I could wear. I'm gonna go grab some Yoji Yamamoto dress I have. It could still fit me. Most of the other things now fit Olivia, not really me.
Jasper, it's
Jasper's-
probably gonna be secluded enough location to call for Grandpa without revealing where we are.
Jasper still pondering, shaken up as fucked. Looks at you snapping out of it. What? Sorry,
We're going to
was-
Hollywood. Wanna tag along?
Sure.
I mean, how is he going to appear in front of Strider?
He doesn't have to until Strider's bloodbond.
Okay, but he can't go with us inside, and Hollywood is Isaac's territory. Last time I was there,
I could wear a mask. I have something for like that for this occasion.
mm,
And Jasper
not
will
with millionaires.
go into his room and come back with this very pretty ivory mask. Yes, it's made of bones.
Iris looks at it. Look, billionaires are usually really worried about their life. I'd say
I
Strider.
require you to check Twitter again.
Again, basically, I'd say Strider would have issues with you not revealing your face.
Well, he can sit in the car for a moment.
Yeah, well, that is my point. What I'm making. Look, while he sits in a car, Isaac's goons
True.
are very keen on ensuring security. I know it from personal experience.
Yeah.
So if he sits in a car, he could be harassed, and we won't be able to come out.
Drunk. Or he can just stay here. But he won't be able to come over.
I can go with you by going through the other side.
Oh.
Yeah.
That can work out.
Yeah, I just need to drink Jack's blood.
Sure. I'll give him some of my blood.
How much?
I need
Oh.
at least 2 points. Just saying,
Ooh.
to go and to come
Ooh.
back.
Greedy. Here you go.
I'd love if Jack only gave him one. You'd go through the ritual and then you're like, wait a goddamn second.
Shit.
No, not again.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right here.
Has to go to Freya's place in the Shadowlands and be like, please,
Please.
Three
please.
fucking signatures in the city. One of them is Frey, one of them is Vikes, one is fucking Giovanni. Yeah, Jack will just like grab. I do have frozen human blood, right?
Mm,
Or not enough.
well, have you been
Marina
using
points.
it instead of feeding normally?
Yeah.
That's my question. If you've been
Well,
using
I've
it
been
instead of
mostly
feeding
using it.
normally,
I've been mostly using it.
yeah, so odds are if you have some, it's like 1 blood point, maybe.
Irina points towards the wall boy and is like, well, they're like, maybe he hasn't yet finished off one of the humans there, so.
Sure. I'll go check.
Okay. Well, you enter the room and you see this struggling being, one eyeball sort of darting all around the room, not really able to see anything. A nearly constant stream of tears made of blood dripping down its face. You look to the wall next to him, and then sort of a set of hooks are a number of people, seemingly unconscious. One of them very, very clearly pale and drained. The others still dormant.
I'll take like how many people are still alive?
2,
2 or 3?
I'd say.
Yeah, if I can like without killing them, take like 2 blood each.
Sure.
Yeah.
Jasper, at this point, will probably get a bucket.
At this point, a what?
A bucket.
I see.
Jasper collects a bucket.
And he will fill it with water.
Yeah, Jack will go to his room and like come out 2 hangers, black 3-piece, like completely black 3-piece with black shirt, or like millionaire fuckboy.
Iris comes out wearing tall boots, like on stiletto high heels, with like this asymmetric looking high fashion dress with like a slit and like some like big shoulders. Wearing some makeup and all.
Yeah, and Jack like holding black 3-piece with black shirt, or like millionaire fuckboy type of like jeans, like pretty expensive shirt, jacket, but not like business, more like casual.
So, just to ask a question, should I stay this whole time on the other side, or?
He can probably come out once we blood bonded him, but we're going to be going pretty far. Does it make sense
Well,
to basically drive first somewhere closer with you?
I say
Probably.
we can drop him off at the border of
By the way, how
Lotus Land.
has it rained anytime soon?
Has it rained?
Diesel?
Potentially. Let's roll a die for it. One moment.
Let's just check LA. Let's just say check LA weather.
Or yeah, I mean, I think fuck you suggested that because I rolled a 1.
It's sunny. It's sunny. It's been sunny. There's no precipitation.
Look
There's
at
little
that.
precipitation.
Look at that.
Okay.
Art imitating life. I rolled a 1,
Just
and what happened? Sunny
No
as
fucking
rain.
fuck.
During the
Okay,
night.
so we need to bring this with us. He shows the bucket full with halfway with water.
Sure.
Okay.
So
Just drive
still the question
close.
about what I should wear.
What do you mean? Aren't you wearing something already?
Yeah, I wear like my home casual.
Give me a second.
Do I go for business or do I go for casual?
Jasper will leave you guys and go to his room and see which Toreador clothes is most expensive looking, but not flamboyant.
That is
He's
a
gonna
very
bring the gym
hard
stuff.
challenge that you've put me, since this is not just
probably gonna be,
anyone's
like,
closet, but it's
Toreador's
a
closet.
certain packmate, a deceased packmate's closet.
There's probably like a tie made of skin.
Let's say that there is one outfit that, while not flamboyant, well, not entirely flamboyant, and very high-end, it is an odd mismatch. It's like this suit where it's half of it is white, half of it is black, and the sleeves are like reverse colors. So it has this weird yin-yang feel to it. Definitely not something you'd see day to day, but very high quality from what you can see.
Those clothes have gloves to go with.
Hmm?
Those clothes have gloves to go with.
This particular suit, no, but you can find gloves within the collection that don't look too far off.
That outfit is probably gonna look good with Jasper's bone mask.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's the point. So he will get one-sided hands of white gloves, one-sided of black, so it can still match clothing.
So like kind of zebra,
And-
black, white, black.
And he would also get his ivory cane made of bones and put on his ivory mask made of bones.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. What a macabre display.
For a necromancer, sounds about right. Yeah, Jack will just go for like black 3-piece with black shirt.
Sounds good. And Serena is going
Yes.
with the...
High fashion.
With a Yamamoto high fashion dress with big shoulders, and the slit and tall leather boots on stilettos. Some
Or am I correct in assuming paired with sunglasses?
yes, of course.
Okay. And as the three
Oh
of
yeah.
you...
One last thing. Jasper definitely needs a hat, at least to cover himself, so no one can see his backside of the head.
Hats are something the Toreador wasn't really fond of. That said,
Well,
let's say he had one.
okay.
It's
He'll grab it and
it's
put it
this
on.
fedora that's sort of like striped. It's very weird looking patterns. But again, incredibly high quality. All of this stuff looks like it's absurdly high quality, but very, very clearly designed for a walkway rather than casual everyday use.
So Jasper comes out. He definitely, even with the mask on, looks completely uncomfortable with these clothes. But he comes out and asks you guys, does this look somewhat decent?
No, yes, it matches
Yeah.
your mask.
It feels over the top for me. I dislike it.
Now
Oh.
just
But it was
wear
the
it
least
like.
flamboyant one I could
Now
find.
wear it like you mean it. And I'm fucking surprised that I give this fucking advice to Tsimisi second time in my life.
All right. And as the three of you begin making your way out, you take the elevator down to the basement using the usual camera blocking service that you were equipped with. You enter the car and begin to drive. Any last minute preparation, conversation, planning you do on the way?
So I'll be following you guys from the other side.
Do you want us to drop you off closer? Hollywood is pretty far.
Yes, that is the point. I need somewhere
That's the point.
private to do the ritual,
Okay,
somewhere
we can
dark.
we can we can actually go to our old Haven location.
Oh yeah, or house. Serena, mind looking if it's gonna be smooth sailing tonight?
Okay. Any specific questions?
Is he bound, and does he have any connection to?
Well, whether if he's bound or not, I can check it in place.
Yeah.
Um. What other things you want to check?
If he got any connections to our beloved Ventru, or his type of guys.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, fine.
Mm,
I'm gonna draw 3 cards, Miguel.
All right.
One.
Give me the
Whether
3
he
questions
is.
first. Or the...
At this point, I just assume that every card has like a box of tarot cards in the glove box.
Basically. I
Oh
mean,
no,
you're
she
rich
has
enough.
a. She has a bag. She has a small bag where there's tarot cards.
Yeah.
So first question would be whether it's going to be smooth sailing tonight.
Okay.
Whether there's going to be any interruptions. Where is there going to be any interruptions?
Good or
Any
bad,
interruptions?
or
Bad interruptions.
bad interruptions? Got it.
Whether Strider has connections to any of the big players in the city. And third one, I will draw based on whatever.
Okay.
Okay.
So you may roll.
I am not interpreting this at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
7 to
God.
divide. -1 to interpret. Unless I have a lower difficulty, then it's just 0.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you what the cards are.
Mm-hmm.
First, so I'm gonna give you actually the cards you draw.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna tell you which one is connected to what, or if they're upright or not, because
Okay.
this is a botch, technically.
No, it's just interpretation botch.
Well, yes. So you draw the right cards. I'm not gonna tell you what anything about the interpretation, upright or not, what's etc. etc. So,
Mm-hmm.
one of the cards is the Two of Cups, and the other card is the where is it? I remember there was one that was very, very good for this. The other card is the Devil.
Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. Well. Mhm. Mhm.
Is muttering to herself, Jack, is this good or bad?
Well, at this point, I should just fucking read the meaning of all cards.
Yes, yes. Well, we have all the freedom to operate tonight, and mm, and Strider has some imbalance in like some communications of his, but I guess if he is working with anyone, it's not through any of knowledge. But like I said, I can read his aura on in place.
Just in case, how does Ghoul's aura look?
It's
Just
really
so I know.
pale. It's pale, not as pale as vampire aura,
I see.
but it's really pale.
Gotcha.
Like, well, not like it's like it has blotches of paleness, so to
So
say.
kinda pale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Ray, this is my spot. How dare you?
The curse of Malkov manifesting itself yet again.
The dogs
Very
being
well.
dogs.
Yep.
Proceed.
Yeah. Well, from Jasper, like, how far is it? Like, I assume. Right.
If we
Something.
basically somewhere here or maybe here.
It's within an hour. We can. I probably know the place where I can drop him, and like, so he can reach
Closer?
the Striders through Shadowlands.
Within the Hollywood Hills, you'd potentially find a spot that he could use.
Yeah, like
You'd
neutral
struggle to
territory.
find one that wouldn't be covered by cameras, but it is possible.
Mm. We can always drop him somewhere on neutral territories.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah. Operation Get Fucking Rich is a go.
All right. So at first you drop Jasper off. Jasper, any details about the ritual? Expenditures, rolls, anything like that? You handle them in the background. Just PM me results, please.
Okay.
And I'll handle your side of things behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Jack, you drive with Serena in the passenger seat all the way up to the address. You climb quite the hill up until you reach a rather extravagant mansion. It is a large building with visibly a few floors to it, at least 3. And as you drive past the hill below it, you notice that it has these supporting beams that hold essentially a pool entirely made of glass, overlooking the city. You drive up the road, and as you approach the area that gives access to the mansion, you see a gate with a couple of guards at the entrance. One of them seems to be waiting outside. The other one seems to be in sort of a small, essentially I forget what the name is, but the area next to the
Basically
booth.
a booth.
Yeah, booth.
Yeah.
You approach the booth, and the man looks to you, and then presses a button to the side, and you hear the voice projected by a sort of comm. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm here to meet Mr. Strider.
Name?
I've got an appointment. Did they use my real name? Any fictional name?
Up to you.
Jackson Price.
Right, one moment. The man lets go of the button. Seems to pick up a phone. He seems to speak, and it's inaudible to you, unless you attempt to, at which point I would have you listen.
I would.
Okay, perception alertness, please.
Mhm.
If
So
you
would I.
have heightened
Keep in mind
senses.
plus 6.
So no bonuses on this one. Heightened senses is allowing you to do this in the first place. So just a
What
regular
about me?
perception alertness.
What about me?
It's the same for both of you.
1 success.
Okay. Okay, that's 3 successes. So you basically hear him pick up the phone and say, we have a Mr. Jackson Price. Yeah? Tall, pale, stubble. Yeah? Yeah, the one... Yeah. Okay, got it. Letting them through now. He places the phone down, presses the button, and as the gates begin to open, he says, "Welcome to Mr. Strider's mansion. He'll be waiting for you in the lobby. You can park just to the left." And as you drive inside, you take a left, you find this essentially a collection of sports cars all parked sort of diagonally against the wall. And it's sort of like this parking area is designed so you drive past all the sports cars and all the collection of cars before you can find an actual area for you to park your car. Almost as if it's designed to show you what the guy has before you're allowed inside. You park the car.
Neat, if only it worked.
Hmm?
Neat, if only it worked.
Yeah. You park the car, and as you exit to make your way inside, a woman approaches you, fairly well dressed, and she greets you. Mr. Jackson, may I offer you complimentary snacks and drinks?
No need.
Of course. If you'd follow me to Mr. Strider's office.
Very well. I'll walk around the car, open the door for Serena, offer the hand, playing the role
Yeah.
of troll.
Yep, Syria gets out. Oh no,
Oh,
sorry.
apologies, we have fireworks.
Just a second.
The dogs are not fans of fireworks. Geru hate modern technology.
Yes. The modern technology is fucking loud.
It is. And they very, very much dislike it. One moment.
The Pact Priest has moved a bit north to calm the Garu.
Yeah.
I don't know how is it in USA, but like in most countries, unless the male is of military, he has to offer like right elbow. Jack will offer the left one. Just like
Okay.
just to give him more. He was in the military.
Mm-hmm.
He knows the code, but like
That's
just to
fine.
show off.
Okay, I think the Garo have calmed down. Malkov was very upset of Spaghetto. He was lying on the bed, and then the fireworks came out, and he was seeing them. These
Oh.
big fucking fireworks, and he's like, no.
Yeah, Jack will offer Serena left elbow. Like I was explaining that basically from where I am, the military officer have to offer the lady the left arm.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am.
So yeah, just to give himself more prize.
My apologies, guys. Jack, could you please repeat?
Yeah, Jack will offer Serena left elbow.
Mm-hmm.
Just like to show off his status in different places. Whoever knows what to look for will know it.
Mm-hmm. Serena,
Yeah,
do you
Serena
play along?
has a very... Yeah, of course she plays along. And plus she has like the most like... she has a very absent bored look of a person with too much free time and too much money to know what actually to do.
Right. And both Jack and Serena, make me a quick perception awareness. Auspex not included.
Because Auspex allows us to.
Exactly.
Beleze.
1,
Amazing.
2, 3, 4 successes.
All
Me
right.
too.
So both of you, just from the corner of your eye, you swear you see this humanoid shape watching you. But as you calmly glance, pretending not to notice anything, you don't see anything there.
By the way.
I'm
Like-
going to use telepathy on Jack.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't resist. And then I'm going like... Hopefully that was Jasper.
Yeah. By the way, what will be your name? We're like
Victoria.
Victoria or Toria?
Victoria.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm going to just like follow Jack and just like like follow his lead.
Mm-hmm.
The lady guides you through a quite lavish garden up to one of the sides of the main building. She enters through one of those sliding windows. and after entering the building, she takes a few steps inside and goes off to the side, at which point she, with quite a bit of ease, as if she's used to doing it, removes her high heels, placing her bare feet on the wood. As you make your way inside, she looks to you and says, "I'm afraid Mr. Strider asks of you that you remove your shoes while indoors."
It's not a problem for me, but for Victoria, they're kinda hard to remove. I'm sure he can make this one exception. And I'll try to make good suggestions.
You may make a manipulation and
Leadership.
Hmm?
Manipulation leadership.
Leadership.
He
Yes.
tries to.
Oh, you're using dominate. Got it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Please go ahead.
Persuasive.
Applies.
Yeah.
You are using an argument of I'm too hot of shit to put rules on.
Ooh. If not that 10.
Okay. What power are you using specifically?
Mesmerize. So basically, like second dot, longer command.
Okay. What is what are the specific words you give her?
I'm sure Mr. Strider can make this one exception, as can you.
As she looks into your eyes, she blinks a few times, and as if going to speak but changing her mind, she smiles and says, "Of course. One moment. I must introduce Mr. Strider to you. His assistant will be meeting you soon." She walks off, and as she does, she gestures quite gently to essentially a lounging area with sofas. Essentially, it has a few steps going down, and in this small area has a table at the center with a number of snacks and drinks ready, and two large sofas on either side, sort of in a diamond shape. And she gestures towards the table and says, "Please make yourselves comfortable."
We'll walk to one of the sofas. Do I feel anything magical?
Nothing whatsoever.
Good.
Not on the sofa, anyway. Would you like to sense any particular thing? Because the power doesn't work just like, do I sense anything here? That's a bit hard to pinpoint.
While we wait, we are in a mansion. I'm going to use Eyes of the Forest because it is very it's not obvious, and I'm not in a trance, and I can use it once it's activated for a certain time. I can use it on and off, basically. Just to be aware of everything that the plants basically.
You mean Eyes of the Earth?
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll my willpower.
And this power, because I am not very familiar with this power, I should study it more. But essentially, it allows you to see anything.
Yeah. Anything within within
hefty radius.
Yeah, so I have it for 1 hour, and it doesn't force me into a trance or anything.
Yeah. You just become aware, sort of as if you had more eyes than you do.
Yeah. So I'm basically going to activate Eyes of the Earth and just give the inside of the mansion, outside. I'm just going to like see how many people, etc. Outside, inside, like
Mm-hmm.
guards, whatever, things like that.
Okay, just one moment. Okay. So you count a total of 7 guards on the outside of the building, 3 guards on the inside, and from the perspective of almost a decoration, essentially a plant on the side of on one of the desks inside the building, you basically see Strider adjusting his tie in front of a mirror, or the man you assume is Strider. It's this older gentleman, sort of looking very much like old money type of rich. And as you watch him sort of get ready, you look around and you spot that within the room is a woman holding essentially a clipboard. And she stands basically with an open makeup mirror, with her thumb sort of wiping a tear and trying to fix her makeup. And then taking some of the makeup and applying it to her cheek. You notice she's covering up what looks like basically a handprint, a red handprint on the side of her face.
Does it look at like that? Oh wait, I wasn't that time in the Delmont shop, so I wouldn't know.
She was once in a haven,
Okay,
bringing
then
Olivia some
is it
clothes.
Would
that-
would Serena have seen her? Do you remember,
Probably.
Jack?
Leah basically brought some clothes for Olivia.
Olivia and Serena are close enough. I'd say yes. You would have seen her. It is the woman you've seen in the Haven. Yeah.
Okay, then and then I'd basically just like while so to say like having like so to say like one eye at like the Strider whole situation, I'm going to skip around the various like locations to see if there's any pale visitors or something like that.
Pale visitors.
Well, yeah, so to say vampires.
Okay. Quick perception and occult, please.
Does discerning apply?
Yes.
Oh.
Ooh, indeed.
4, 5. 4 successes.
No pale visitors that you can see. All the guards
Okay.
seem human. All the servants seem human.
Okay, well, then, well, it's still going to be active for another hour, this power. But for now, I'm just going to let it run in the background, because the book, so to say, did describe it as something that you can use to not be caught unaware by sudden visitors. So, like, with most of the brain power, so to say, directed towards like anyone outside arriving, entrances to the building, etc. Serena is going to just come out of it and look to Jack and use telepathy to just relay to him that there's, from what she saw from plant perspective, there's 7 guards on the outside, 3 guards on the inside. That his Ghoulia is currently a Strider in his office, fixing her makeup after being slapped while he's adjusting his tie. But yeah, because she didn't see that girl who brought them in, so she'd assume that she's in some room without plants. So that there's still like, and that there's no vampires, at least in areas where there's plants.
Mm-hmm. Good to know. Well, if he likes
And
to
then
meet his matchbox.
Serena's going to start acting as the wife, looking like at her nails, like, "Are you going to be waiting here long?
Hopefully not, darling.
I do have that event I wanted to attend, and we have to catch a plane for that, or else we're gonna miss it."
I'll make sure it's not gonna be long.
And the audacity of trying to tell me to take off my shoes. What am I, a peasant?
Yep.
Shortly after you say this, you hear the tapping of feet approaching the room, and in the room walks the same lady you've seen before. Leah basically looks to Jack and says, "Good to see you, Mr. Jackson. Please follow me."
Of course. I'll stand up, button the jacket. Once again, left elbow to Serena.
Serena, again, was the most like bored look, gets up and follows.
As Serena's shoes clack,
Oh no, Serena is actually walking really quietly.
I see. So you're trying to walk on high heels on this very polished wooden floor without clacking.
No. It's like it's far less clacking than you'd expect. She's showing off her superior walking
I
skills.
see.
Dex is more than humanly possible.
I see. I'm just gonna roll something in the background. Okay. So as you follow Leia, she basically glances towards Serena's shoes and says, Mr. Strider has been looking forward to accommodating you for this business deal. Hopefully, we can make this profitable.
I'm pretty sure no party will left unsatisfied.
Once again, she glances at Serena's shoes and then continues to walk. Eventually, she reaches a door, knocks on it, and there is a voice that rings out from within. Go on. She opens the door, steps aside, and allows you to enter the room.
And we'll walk inside too.
Okay. Inside, you see this very lavish office. There's a number of shelves with what look like celebrated achievements or trophies from several trips. There are some items that are clearly decorations from places in all over Europe. Some decorations clearly from Eastern Europe, some decorations from Southern Europe, some from Africa, some from Eastern Asia. And as you look around the room and your eyes rest on the desk at the far end of it, resting in a very comfortable looking chair, smoking a cigar, is this bloated man in a suit
Eyes of aura perception.
Allow me
Eyes
to
of aura
finish, but
perception.
eyes of aura perception goes fucking insane and sees the universe. You
Yeah,
may
aura
roll it.
perception.
You may roll it, but allow me to finish the description. So
Yes.
this is there's this man resting in a very comfortable chair, holding a cigar. This bloated man in a suit that is very clearly tailored to his almost disfigured frame. He sports a beard, sort of a goatee, very well kept. He's bald and has these very bushy eyebrows. All of the hair is either very dark brown or very faint gray, but you can tell that it's all been dyed.
Yeah.
Almost as if he cares a bit too much about his appearance, given the rest of his looks. And as he watches you enter the room, he bites on his cigarette, or cigar, stands up with a very heavy grunt, and steps around his table with sort of an awkward scooch, and then walks towards you with a bit of a limp. Jackson, a pleasure to meet you in person, my boy.
Pleasure to meet you too, Mr. Strider.
He reaches out for a handshake.
Yeah, I'll shake his hand.
Yep. He sort of slaps his hand onto yours, holds you with both hands, and shakes your hand vigorously and says, "Oh, strong grip. Weather must be colder than I thought."
Oh, I'm a bit anemic.
No matter. Not like you don't have something to warm you up right here. And he sort of gestures towards Serena and hobbles onto his desk. Serena, as you look at Strider, what do you want to see from his aura?
I need to see well, I have 2 successes, and that's his willpower. So all I want to do is my primary goal is basically to see his whether he's a ghoul or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like his aura.
So
And with that,
he
I
is
also can see the main color. I also can see the main color of the
of his
aura.
emotions.
Yeah.
Okay. So definitely 100% human. There is no supernatural aspect to him that you can tell. He's not even ghouled, as far as you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I let Jack know about that.
his emotions, his main emotion, feels as if he's cautious.
Mm-hmm.
Not fearful, cautious.
Yeah.
You can definitely understand that his emotions don't match his attitude, basically.
Yeah. So I'm going to tell Jack that, I'm going to telepathically tell Jack that. Then I'm going to say that I'm going to just, basically, do a telepathy read on him. Just, as, backup. And basically, since I won't be able to telepathically communicate with Jack at the same time. Oh yeah, so Jack, don't shout out, but so he's definitely not gold. He's cautious despite the air that he puts on. I'm going to be reading his mind for the rest of this, for this meeting, so I won't be able to communicate with you. So if I squish your arm, it's basically maybe something in whatever you're saying alerted him. And if I pinch you, that means we're in trouble. Got it?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, Serena's going to just put a scan onto Strider and just, be a, how to say?
Be a good telepath wife.
Yeah.
All right. As Strider sort of scooches back onto his desk, he gestures towards the chairs in front of his desk, and he sort of lowers himself slowly, ultimately failing to hold onto his own weight and just falling backwards onto his very comfortable chair. He adjusts his posture, sort of leaning back again, twisting the bottom of his spine so his hips face almost forward, and his gut sort of sticks out of it, and he adjusts the cigarette on his mouth. He takes a very long puff and says, "So I was told you could do quite a bit for me."
Oh. Depending on your definition of a bit, but in
Well,
general, yes.
not only are you able to make me a lot of money, which I'm always a fan of, but I was told you had access to a private collection of sorts. Things I'm interested in.
Yes. I have some interest in books
Perfect.
and items.
Perfect. I would love to purchase some of those books, depending on the quality you would attribute to them. But first, we should talk about how to make money out of this new friendship we find. So, I'm thinking I can cut you into the profits of one of my hotels.
Which one specifically?
How about the Mary?
Jack should know about it.
You do.
But I as a player don't.
You do.
Probably.
It's sort of a high-end hotel in Hollywood.
In what capacity?
Let's say I can sell you about 5% equity.
That's a considerable offer. How
Uh-huh.
much do you want for that?
Well, I've been looking for scraps of this book I'm putting together. It's an old document of sorts. That, or a specific type of occult book. I'll let you pick whichever one sounds more like the stuff you collect.
Sounds like stuff I collect anyway. So be welcome to specify.
Well, the document I'm reconstructing is a personal project of sorts. I've found scraps of this document scattered about the place, mostly in the ruins of what used to be a church, if you'd believe that. They mostly consist of ramblings of some long dead, crazed madman, but it seems to be a variation on the story of the Bible, which I
By the
quite
way,
enjoy.
I am reading his mind.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you what my successes are.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll PM you any deeds, but for most of it, you'll understand what I'm going at. So any questions you want to ask, just ask them. But I'll continue with this speech.
As he's talking about this, what is in his mind? What does he remember?
So you see flashes of images of this exchange that he's done with several brokers, and mostly what he thinks of as lowlifes who are making money scraping ruins of terrorist attacks, basically. Scrounging up whatever the fuck they can before authorities get to it. You get this very vivid flash of a mostly burnt book with the only surviving part of the cover being this indentation of a golden cross. You also get a very faint image of this man's face, so you'll recognize him if you ever see him. But he's sort of a bald guy with a mustache, very well built, and sporting a bunch of injuries on his body that, at the time Strider met him, were very fresh.
Vampiric in nature, or potentially vampiric in nature?
More like he survived a disaster. As if he was like in the presence
Potentially
of...
vampiric in nature.
Hmm?
Potentially vampiric in nature.
I mean, potentially. If someone with potence could beat the shit
Indirectly.
out of him, and this would be the result. But it's really hard to tell if it's vampiric in nature specifically.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
almost like anything could have caused this if it was severe enough. Like he just came out of a car crash with 5 cars involved. And as Strider continues, but that's the document. What I'm really, really willing to put money in are books about connections between worlds. Let me ask you this, boy. How open is your mind?
Oh, it is pretty open.
See, I was told that you believe in forces outside of this world. I was not told to what extent.
I believe that they exist. Have to see them for myself yet, but I'm quite sure they exist.
And let me ask you this. What would you say if I told you you could see them?
What specific forces?
I'm not sure. I'm at the verge of comprehending what they are. But I need volumes about it.
Are we talking like ghosts, spirits?
So
Do
far,
I see?
the
Do I
only...
see anything? Do I see anything relating his verge on the verge?
You see flashes of a memory of him standing in the middle of a basement. The floor covered in blood. His hands covered in blood. And a very thin, pitch black slit hovers in the air. As he looks through it, and in his mind, he swears there's something blinking on the other side, staring back at him.
I'm going to uh in a hidden way, just squish Jack's hand at that, as in this is
You squish Jack's hand, that's all he'll know unless you send him a message.
She told him that it's about
Yeah, but
interesting
that's
stuff.
it's up to your interpretation based on what she told you in the past. No metagaming.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Strider continues. See, the only name that I've dug up that I might want to know more about. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Ariman, something of that
Ariman.
sort.
I've read a bit about that. It was a name for a evil deity back in the day in what was pre-Persia.
Evil. Debatable.
Debatable.
Maybe just more aware than we are, and that's exactly what I'm after. I had words with an entity I believe to be this Ahriman.
And what has it told you, if you don't mind?
Nothing comprehensible yet, but it understood me. So, any books you have on this particular topic, I will buy off of you.
Well, you are in for a treat because you must believe me. I am really good with that. But the price in money won't be sufficient.
Name it. What do you need? People? I can get you women, if that's what you're into, or men. I can get you property, I can get you land. Very little I can't get you.
Little you can't get me. Is the door closed to the office?
What do you mean?
Is the door to the office, is it closed?
How close are you looking for?
Like, just closed, not on the
Oh,
lower.
it's not like you'd need to get up and walk to it. It's a few meters away.
I believe it's a topic that passerby shouldn't be private to. I'll stand up and close the door. You see, you asked me if I believe in supernatural. You are in presence of one. And before you say anything, just sit.
At this point, Sarita's going to take off her sunglasses.
Okay.
I
Strider.
believe I have enough dice to auto success on like dominate one.
Yeah,
Like, I have
that's
-2
fine.
difficulty in intimidation.
That's fine. But basically, as you say this, Strider's expression does not change. He does not seem surprised. And as Serena removes her sunglasses, he does not flinch.
I'm still reading his mind, so.
He's
give
not
me.
surprised to see something supernatural in his house. He doesn't know what the fuck you are.
Okay.
No. You told me there's not much you can't get me. Why?
But wait. Actually, this is where Sarita is going to aid. But you've been meaning to get in contact with the entity known as Ahriman. Well, then you best show proper respect and veneration for a priest of Ahriman. And, she just looks to Jack with the, like, if you know it face, and does a bow with her head.
Yeah, at this point, good shit that I ate a bit more blood, because I'm gonna just go into Black Metamorphosis.
Okay.
Manipulation Courage.
3 things are going to happen here. First, Serena, I need you to make... This is quite easy in terms of difficulty, so you're probably going to succeed, but I still want to see how you manage. I want you to roll manipulation and performance. Acting counts.
Persuasive counts? Persuasive counts? That's persuasive.
Yeah, sure.
And manipulation.
Sure. Jack, I'll need you to do whatever you need to do for a Black Metamorphosis.
Can I do auto success? Because I have 7 dice.
If you wish, yes.
Yeah.
And Jasper, I need you to PM me where in the building you are currently. If you are in the building. Before I say anything.
This time Jack will kind of like tone down the transformation. Like, yes, to tentacles. Yeah, like shadows around him, but like not disfiguringly much. Just like, enveloping the head.
I'm still waiting for Jasper to send me.
Jack, do you like me going into the role of
Oh, yes.
veneration for the High Priest of Tariman?
Keep in mind, he's the fucking highest priest of Ahriman in this fucking town.
Well, yeah, I know. That's the point. Iris is not even lying.
Yes.
Oh. It appears that, okay. Never mind.
Jasper fell into abyss.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll update him when he returns. So Serena, as you say this, and Jack, as you sort of envelop yourself in shadows, again, Strider does not seem to react in the slightest, apart from a slight smile. He takes a puff of his cigar.
Do you wish to serve Ahriman?
I don't serve anyone. I do business with Ahriman.
Ahriman is to be served.
Oh,
An
I'm aware
entity.
that he attempts to get servants, or you attempt to get servants. I'm not sure to what degree this is you or you. That said, I do adore business, and I trade quite often, and I have traded things to Ahriman to see him in the first place. I would like to offer more business, as he seemed interested last time I tried. And he once more bites into his cigar.
Does he have like a whiskey?
Let's say so, yeah.
Yeah. One of the
Like on a table to the side.
One of the tentacle will grab the glass, put it on a table. Well, if you wish to trade, there's something Ahriman can give you. And that will be the start of a very productive relationship.
Then let us
Would you be
talk
interested?
business.
There's probably like a letter opener knife on the table.
Not on the table.
Actually, Iris, knowing what Jax needs to do, she just, like, stands up, very, how to say, very priestly, in a sense. Walks over, like, as Jax walks over to the whiskey, like, and pours it.
Oh, I don't pour whiskey, I just grab a glass.
No
No need to destroy perfectly good blood.
Iris walks over to Jack and uses her new ring.
Whose hand you're gonna cut?
Yours, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll squeeze some blood into the cup, and the tentacle would levitate it his way. Then have a drink and let's proceed.
Strider seems to look at the glass, takes it, and places it on the table, then leans back. Let's talk business first. This is an agreement. Let's reach that agreement first.
Well, how about pretty long life? Much longer than humans do. You wouldn't age a day from this point outward.
Immortality. It's a start. I want a bit more than that, though. I want power that I've never actually been able to get. I can get the best medical services to prolong my life. I will die eventually. Immortality is something to sweeten the pot indeed. But I need something more.
I have plenty of books, including some information from the
Books.
Book of Nod.
Say that again?
Some information from the Book of Nod.
Now we're talking.
We are.
How... Give me an appetizer to this knowledge. How much are you related to this Book of Nod?
Well,
Cyril looks to meets like a glance of Jack, like with like a warning.
how much am I related to it? One of my relatives might have been described in it.
I'm still reading
I'll
his
trade
mind.
you. Mm-hmm. That's fine. He leans back and says, I'll trade you a secret for a secret then. How familiar are you with the Society of Leopold?
I am aware of.
What does he think when he's talking about the Society of Leopold?
You see essentially imagination, images conjured by his imagination of knowledge that he's aware of. You see a very dingy church, which you can tell his opinion of the church itself is sort of disgusting and cultish, dripping with ideology that he despises. And under the church, a gigantic cave system, and you imagine that entire thing collapsing. And he says, what if I told you most of the documentation I have, most of what I started collecting, came into my possession the day a certain church collapsed? A church belonging to the Society of Leopold. And what if I told you their conspiracies, most of them, had truth to them? And I got a hold of that truth, including a certain name, which I can track to a certain person.
A certain name.
What is the name?
You get the image of medical records to basically a kid, and the surname of the kid is Bach.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and what would this person be? Not the name.
Someone chosen to interfere with the plans of an entity strong enough to make me immortal, it appears.
And what would you like to know in turn?
Well, I told you what I want. Besides immortality, which would certainly come with strings attached. I'm no fool. I want a guarantee that I'll have power that no one else can take away from me. I want an edge over the pitiful idiots that get in my way. I want a way to take what I want when I want it. And I want to be under no one.
Irina walks over and then, like sort of say, like pushes a bit. Well, all of that is hidden within that.
Glass. So drink away, and the power shall be granted.
So both of you, manipulation and subterfuge.
Persuasive.
Yes.
I'm gonna spend willpower on that. Getting low again.
1, 2.
And
2 successes.
up. 1 plus 1 plus 6.
Okay. He looks to the glass, then back to you, Jack. And his eyes dart between Jack and Serena. What are these strings? What's the catch?
You'd have to drink it occasionally, and for effect to best take on, you'd have to do it for the next 2 nights, then about once a month.
Nah. That doesn't sound like everything. I believe that this will give me what I want, but I want to hear what the catch is.
Such as that you will have to learn from us. You'd become an acolyte. After all, you are messing about with powers that you have no idea of.
I'm not one to worship, I'm one to negotiate.
You'd
I'm
have
willing
to
to
learn.
negotiate for the power. I'm becoming
You'd
no
still
one's
have to
acolyte.
learn. You'd still have to learn. That is how it works. How this
How
works
about
for
instead?
millennia.
How about instead? I pay you. You come over as a tutor, as an equal, to teach me.
You'd still have to drink the blood.
I'm okay with
Until
that.
you're, how to say, until it has taken deep root and become second nature, until you have become what we are, and that takes time, until the humanity
I'm
is
aware
replaced
of
with
that.
supernatural.
That's fine. But I want to guarantee that I don't serve you, and I don't serve Ahriman. I do business with you. Ahriman becomes my business partner, not my boss.
That
Can
will
we
be
agree on
between you
that?
and Ahriman. That will be between you and Ahriman. Each priest has its own communion with Ahriman. But of course I will warn you that heedless hubris does lead to death. Ahriman is not one to
Nothing
forgive.
I haven't faced before.
Hmm.
And he raises the glass and takes a shot of it.
Well, you're quite ambitious and callous and willing to go the extra mile, aren't you, Mr. Strider? And Serena looks very knowingly towards Jack.
He indeed is.
He places the glass down and pushes it to the side, and then says, "Well, it's not like I haven't taken precautions."
Well,
Again, mind.
You see images of essentially the building and the hill the building was constructed on. Namely, you see focus on several points around the building, almost etching a drawing under it. As if there's something around the building that's covering it. And the idea you get from it is one of security, safety, protection. To what extent, you wouldn't know.
Can I quickly like check my what's my eyes of earth have around that area if they cover it?
Yeah, sure. Essentially, around the area, you find that the points he's thinking about coincide with points of structure where the building is perched on. So all the, for example, the pool was held by two what I call them? Essentially two columns.
Beams.
Two supporting beams, yeah. The point where the beams connect to the ground are those 2 points. Or at least they're above those 2 points. Seems
So
to be
basically,
underground.
he probably has like some explosive set or
Yeah.
As do all of us, Mr. Strider. He already drank the blood, right?
Yeah.
I checked the aura. It's perception, empathy, difficulty 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Beleze. Yeah. I can see if he got gold.
Yeah. His aura is paler than it was. You can tell that the process is not fully done, but it's starting to take root.
Have I threatened you to speak about precautions?
No, have I threatened you?
You just told me about precautions. That's all.
Oh, yes, precautions for my own protection. I would doubt that you'd get in a business deal without having such things. I did not outsmart you, you did not outsmart me. No one's threatening anyone. It's a business deal, nothing else.
Yes. Do you have a specific place you'd like to receive blood tomorrow?
You may come here, regardless. As for the fortune I know you don't hold, I'm sure we can arrange something for you in the future.
Mind if we check out your basement? I'd like to see how exactly you worship Ahriman.
Roll me perception and empathy, please.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna read his mind and see how he reacts. Continue.
Beleze. Beleze indeed.
Okay. You notice that the guy, as soon as you mention a basement, his expression sours slightly, as if that touched a nerve. Serena, you get the sense that immediately this guy just raised up all his defenses. That rang a really.
Wait. But first of all, actually, like, let me just a bit like retcon, because here's the thing. He didn't mention actually anything about the, about the basement, right? And I don't have an open connection to Jack. So how does Jack even know anything about the basement?
He just say like more online than like, where do you worship Ahriman?
Well, more like, I don't know.
He's just like got
Okay,
a bit over.
that's
more
fair.
like
That's
knowing
fair.
stuff that Jack wouldn't.
That's fair. I will allow this retcon because it makes sense.
Yeah.
In that case, when you ask it, Strider basically just leans back and says, maybe I'll show you next time. We need to get better acquainted, make a few more deals, get a bit of insurance on each other. Yes?
Oh, you can be insured, but why don't you
Here-
show it to me tonight?
At the point where you start speaking,
Second.
he immediately looks away.
Huh.
He doesn't look at you.
Well, my eyes are still like covered with shadows,
Yeah.
so he doesn't know where I look.
Serena, like places a hand on Jack's shoulder. High Priest. It's rare that we come across such an ambitious and callous
Watch
potential candidate.
watch the terminology. I am callous.
Potential candidate. It is more like the point is callous in ways you approach your goals. It is very much in line with what works best to such endeavors. Others usually fail. They lack the necessary drive, ambition, cold rationality,
Ambition
And-
fits more. Proceed.
and of course, the passion. So, it is, besides, High Priest, didn't we have other arrangements tonight?
Indeed.
Mr. Strider, I congratulate you on impressing the High Priest of Ahriman. I'm sure you both will have a very splendid.
I congratulate him on impressing me. You can go now. We'll see each other tomorrow night.
We will.
I'll have a gift ready. He bites into his cigar and
Serena-
just seems to knock on his table twice. And the door opens, and the secretary, Leia, looks to you and says, "This way, if you please."
Yeah, I'll turn off the metamorphosis.
Yeah, I'm assuming you turned it off as the door was opening.
See you around, Mr. Strider.
Likewise. And
I'll offer Serena my elbow again.
Yes, Serena takes the elbow and we go out. And Serena is hoping that, when they get into the car and after they leave, that, Jasper's gonna follow eventually.
In a car, I'll send Jasper a message to Shadowlands with the shadows.
okay.
Like,
And
you can
as
give-
as you begin to leave the building, we'll go into a quick break. We'll be back very soon. See you soon. welcome back. As the elevator doors open, revealing the front door of the penthouse haven, Jack, Serena, and a very, very disguised and somewhat uncomfortable Jasper walk through the front door to see Jasper's test subject reorganizing the kitchen.
And that's why, Jasper, we can't kill him right now because he's useful to an extent.
Not fair. That is a waste of multiple reasonings. You know what? I don't care. I don't care
Jasper,
anymore. You guys do what you want with it.
he'll be dead eventually. You think I'm fucking crazy to embrace him?
Jasper looks at you up and down, seeing some notable coincidence in your thinking, and then saying nothing back.
As one wise Timisi once said, learn the art of deception. That's exactly what happened.
That is not a good enough reason to keep him alive, especially after you mentioned that he could possibly succeed in demon summoning.
Again,
Nas and Abel or Isaac can figure out.
yes, and second of all, Jasper. Were still your emotions. Approach it with reason. The man's mansion is booby-trapped. Until he's fully bound, and we can get everything he has. All the fragments of the Book of Nod. All the bits of human currency he possesses. All of the occult secrets he has unleashed and learned. And until we can go into his basement and he can exactly tell and relay and say what he did. We can do that once he's fully bloodbound, because the asshole is...
He knows
Very-
not to avoid eye contact.
Yes, he
Fun
knows...
part about bloodbound people.
He knows
I don't need
enough. He knows enough, and he's mucking about with the supernatural. Could have given him access to something other than Arab, other than the Abyss.
I'll tell you this much.
So the point is,
It-
we need him fully bloodbound to have all the information. Because he's a callous asshole enough to blow everything to bits, and we will not know of all the fucking potential you are currently thinking with your emotions. I saw what... I was reading his mind the entire time, and I know whatever is in his basement is just... It's just... Ugh. I hardly doubt that he would be speaking to us with all of that pomp, or even entertaining us or drinking our blood, if he actually managed to gain connection to a demon or to something really supernatural. So most likely whatever he's doing there is just rubs his fucking sense of superiority in the right way. Because he's an
I
asshole.
thought talking if I showed up or breathing.
Jasper,
Either
you've
way.
been alive for more than 70 years. What can another month do? Okay, he'd probably kill a person or two, maybe 3, 4.
Besides,
10.
he's going to
Around
be
50-ish.
he is going to be bloodbound in 2 free nights.
Yeah.
Even if after the second drink
So,
he's going to suspect
you know what would
something.
make,
You know
would
what?
make me better?
Hmm?
After he's bloodbound, you give it to me so I can have some fun.
Jasper,
Jasper.
here's another lesson to you. What motivates you to give him that lesson? Are you going to get some satisfaction from it? Are you doing it to
Yes.
sate your desires? That is hedonism. Hedonism is something that distracts you from search of enlightenment. Hedonism is emotions. Hedonism is you cannot indulge your baser needs. Sadism for sadism's sake is worth nothing. Pleasure for pleasure's sake is worth nothing. What's worst of it, that is a human. A human. If you are to be truly enlightened and to understand more, yet here you are letting your reason and logic be overruled by some senseless feeling of justice. It is a
It is
feeling.
not just senseless. It is the moral, ethic thing to do to get rid of someone like him.
Morals, what the morals that you're speaking about are dubious. Every religion, every society had their own understanding of what's good and evil. Give me cold, hard logic. And then I will consider your opinion. For now, you're speaking from emotions. Those. And from emotions regarding a human, somebody below below any aspiration for true metamorphosis.
He's
You're
below
basic-
any aspiration for an embrace.
You're behaving like he is, in a sense. He performs sadism because it brings him pleasure. You will perform sadism on him because it will bring you pleasure. There is nothing scientific about it. There's nothing empirical.
I might have to roll self-control when she says you're acting just like him.
Yep. Roll for me, please.
Oh.
Please.
Time to slap Jasper down.
Okay.
I got one success.
So you feel this almost burning sensation crawling up your throat. You want to lunge at her. You want to tear her fucking head off for insinuating that you're half as much of a monster as that cretin is. And just as you're almost giving into it, you manage to keep hold of yourself, denying that basic instinct, that impulse. You deny yourself the gratification.
Jasper puts his own cane right in front of him as almost kind of make a face between him and Serena as almost he's trying to hold himself back and is gripping very tightly, and he says, Serena, I would prefer not to be called something like him.
Then don't
I-
act like he does. Do not give in to these baser emotions. And Serena walks closer. Have you seen? You, right now, almost lost control. Am I correct?
There's a... You hear the sound of his teeth behind the mask. Like, he's clearly angry that you're making pokes at him every fucking
She's
second.
not making pokes. She's not making pokes.
Oh, he feels
She's
like it's
making
pokes.
sense.
It doesn't matter if Jasper's interpreting it this way. That's
okay.
his interpretation. You can't dictate what his
You
character
don't-
thinks.
Yeah, okay. You don't need to answer. I know you did. Now, have you seen me or Olivia really ever lose ourselves to the beast? Now, mind you, both of us If there is strong enough provocation, we will let the beast take over, but we will control the beast. And yet, perceive. This is what the past teaches. Hedonism, sadism, all of this pales and is nothing when you use your reason, your mind, when you're guided by logic and facts.
When you're nothing but a machine. Basically.
No.
Serena just glances down at like her ring. It's like doubtful. It's just
Nobody says you can't have emotions. You can't be guided by them.
you don't let them be the thing that controls you. You are in control. Not the beast, not the emotions, not hedonism, not the chase for another fix. And I know what it is to chase for another fix, given that I am afflicted by the supernatural addiction to diablerie. And yet, even there, I find ways to work against it, with cold reason and logic. When I said, behave better than him, it is so that you do not lower yourself to his level. You are above it. And you need to control yourself and act like it. How does that human phrase go? Fake it till you make it.
About right. She didn't compare you to him. She told you to be better.
Jesper seems to calm down a little. His grip on the cane lessens. Aye.
Good.
As long as he
Now,
dies.
His death is,
it is imminent in any case.
after
As
all,
is mine, as is yours, as is Serena's, as is anybody's death. It will happen. My job is not to prevent it.
besides, didn't your ghoul, Leah, his assistant, really want to have a
She.
chance at him once?
Oh, of course. But see, she's a human. I'm not. She's not in the past. I am.
Yes.
So she'll have to wait a night, 2 months, but
As long as it's as Jack needs, until all of Strider's assets, all of his belongings, all of his findings are ours. Well, Jack's. And as soon as we know that there is no other demonic threat that there needs to be managed. What I saw from his memories was quite concerning. It was... He managed to open something, like a small slit. And he felt as if there was something watching him. Not sure what it was.
It was not from the Shadowlands, as far as I can tell.
Well...
that's what she described sound familiar.
You may roll...
I can show it to Jack.
That's fine, I won't have you guys roll for that. But
In the cold?
just to figure it out, let's say... what are you reaching for in terms of trying to figure out what this is? Just your
probably.
book knowledge, memory? What are you trying to reach out to?
Well, book knowledge and memory are one and the same. I
Yeah,
don't
but
make notes.
experience, like lived experience, things you've seen happen book, like stuff you've read about?
More
What are you
like what
trying
I
to-
know, what I read.
Okay, so into cult.
Rituals.
Yep.
Peleze. Decent.
Yeah. Okay. So, essentially, as you consider what this might be, you yourself have never read of a ritual like this. You've never seen something like this happen. Definitely sounds like something that you might be capable of with enough research. Definitely sounds like something connected to your general knowledge. It doesn't sound like something you'd be able to achieve by simply worshipping a demon. To your knowledge, you're no expert, but you've touched the demonic, and it doesn't feel like that's what's happening here.
Does it feel like more La Sombra doing?
Yeah, it feels more La Sombra in nature.
I doubt it is a demon at all.
Well, either
No
way, we'll be
experts
able.
here, but you know what?
He's-
It might have been fucking Valen.
Might
Would
have
be
been.
right up his alley.
Actually, that's what I
Vanish as
just
fuck.
thought. I just thought that it could
Jasper,
have
you
been.
told something about summoning Grandpa.
Yeah,
We probably have enough time tonight.
sure,
It
let's
would be
get through
fucking
it.
hilarious that Waylon couldn't do shit. And I'm here just waltzing around like fucking priest of Ahriman.
Let's go somewhere. Well, somewhere less.
We can drive a
inside
bit
the house.
south. We can drive a bit south, like here. Not southeast.
Sure. As
While we're
Jasper
driving,
proceeds.
let us talk about something. So I've considered Jack, like, I'm going to set up a meeting with Jeanette. As far as to my knowledge, we, the pack, know that Jeanette and Therese are the same. From what Taffington said, Therese is dead or missing in action, right? But we know that Therese has been running Elysium, but also I know that Jeanette is also active and every now and then moving. So here's my logic. If even so, Larry has told me that Therese has a connection to Strauss, like a private, like connection to be able to communicate. But here's the thing: I don't think anybody outside of us knows that Therese is Jeanette. Do you know why? Or that Jeanette is Therese and that she's the same body.
Why?
Because that is a massive security concern for both the Anarchs and the Camarilla. Not Strauss could never be sure that, like, whatever plans Therese has are not known to Jeanette. Or that Therese is not collaborating with Jeanette if he knew that she's in the same body. Nobody in the Camarilla, if they knew, would have let Therese be the primogen. Nobody in the Anarchs would have let Jeanette amass such an army. From what I've learned, like, through others about Isaac, he would never let Jeanette, like, have that power base if he knew that she also is Therese. Because for both factions, Therese being also Jeanette and them both sharing the same body is a massive security concern.
Yeah.
Neither the Anarchs nor the Camarilla would let it slide. Which means that we are the only ones who know this.
And then the
Which
secret
could,
shall be
and
kept
Therese,
until
and
we-
Therese knows that I know.
Mhm.
I've communicated that, which is also probably the reason why she wants to do work with us.
Because we are not Camarilla, nor are we.
Well, because we, first of all, even if we know that, we haven't yet outed her, that's one. B, we are not the Anarchs nor the Camarilla, so we wouldn't care about their security concerns. And making an arrangement with us about taking out Strauss and for her to take his position is not an issue. Because for Therese to take that position, whether Therese and Jeanette are working together or not, for both of us that's a win, and she still remains like, so to say, clean.
Mm-hmm.
Untouched by the stain of killing an active prince. Right?
Yep.
Another thing is, so my big concern when I found out that she has a private line to Strauss was the initial concern was that, what if she knows that I'm Iris Amling? And she'd want to deliver me. But the point is, actually, even if she knew, she wouldn't say a thing. It would be
Because
probably...
the moment she tells about Iris, the moment it's told that they are one and the same.
Well, yes, it is. She'd probably suspect enough that I'd be able to find out.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mind
either
pulling a
way,
card?
actually, her having a line with Strauss actually confirms the whole theory that I had from the beginning before we knew that Tenet is a thing. And that is, what is the best way that this whole situation with Jeanette apparently striking a big hit against the Therese and killing her sister and beating up severely Strauss, that was just Strauss and Therese plotting. And yet Strauss and Therese plotting does not, exclude Therese and Jeanette plotting.
Yeah.
With Jeanette basically orchestrating this attack and then claiming that Therese is dead, and or vice versa. And from one side, to the Anarchs, it's told that she won, but to Strauss, it's told that yes, Therese managed to kill Jeanette and take her place.
Yeah, that makes sense. Mind pulling a couple of cards?
About
Dorothea,
who's Dorothea?
Primogen of Malkavians.
Yeah. So the new Primogen?
Yeah.
What do
Is
you want?
she Tenet? Or is she not? Like, there's one question.
Oh, fine. And
to the usual, is she working bad guy?
Okay, is she working for Talmahara or not? Okay. I'm rolling. 1, 2, 3, 2 successes to divide, which is enough for 2 cards.
Remember, it's a second divination, so difficulty goes up by 1.
Difficulty 7.
Okay. One. Okay, 1 success to divide, 1 success to interpret.
Okay. And
question.
this is the... Are they the same person?
Is Dorothea and Therese the same person? And B, yeah, that's actually the first card I draw. Because I already drew Therese's card, whether she works for Talbahar or not.
Okay. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
I need you to roll 4 dice. Okay. That does exactly what I wanted to do. Okay, so you draw 1 card, and the card shows a large tower with an eye atop it staring straight at you.
Mm-hmm.
And for a second, you hear these screeches in your mind, and you just shake it off. And instead of the tower, the original card you drew, it seems you've drawn the moon.
Well,
the rest of you just see her draw the moon and then shake her head.
the moon it is.
Mm. The first one was the tower.
You saw the visage of the tower,
With
I
a
assume
big
like the Tower
fucking
of
eye
Sauron.
on top.
kind of like the tower from Lord of the Ring.
Yeah. Sort of.
Basically, kind of like what Frodo did when he put the ring on
Oh,
like the tower.
Yes,
Hello.
Mr. Jack, please stop.
It's Tony, not Jack. I was.
Yes, Tony, please stop. Do I get the feelings that I basically got the answer to both of my questions at the same time?
Mm-mm. You got the answer to your first question with a caveat that you didn't expect and don't entirely understand.
Well, then the meeting with Dorothea might be as well. Staffington pulled through it.
Okay, I pull the second card. Whether she's, working for Talmahara or not. Especially now, I want to do it because, how to say, this kind of shit often happens with like Talmahara, like when they have like some divination protections,
Mm-hmm.
and that's screeching again.
Do you
That's
shuffle?
screeching.
Do you shuffle the cards before you?
Yeah, I shuffle.
Okay. You draw a card from a reshuffled deck. You place it, and again, you see this tower, only this time it's almost like the tower's closer to the image. The eye almost takes the entire card, staring straight at you. And the screeching is even louder, almost deafening. And as you shake it off, is she working for the Talmahara? You seem to have drawn the moon.
You alright?
Well, I can't tell you. Like, I don't think it's Therese. I don't think it's Therese because
I
I've
know
drawn.
what the moon means.
No, you don't get it. There was a vision
I see.
of the tower with an all-seeing eye on top,
Mhm.
and there was. And here's the thing: the eye image is often something that I've, experienced when I guess Malkov decides to check in, right?
Yeah.
But there was also. Remember that time when the network went silent?
Mm-hmm.
And when I divined that it is possibly not because it's silent. It's not really silent. It's actually because it's very loud.
Mm-hmm.
And that there
Just
was
the
some
speaker blew. Speaker.
yes,
Just
yes,
speaker and
that there was
microphones blew.
basically there was some static upheaval, like, and it was like connected to the Talmahara,
Uh-huh.
probably thermal cavians or something. Point is, I heard screeching.
Mm-hmm.
Now, both times I got the moon, but like the moon can also be just access denied, so to say. And I can divine about Therese. I've done it multiple times before. I'll do it maybe later, not today, again. I have divined on Therese before. But here, I'm not sure. Like, here's the thing. It could be some ancient Malkavian, right? Unconnected to Talmahara, but connected to Malkov. And, like, the visions that I've been seeing. But it also could be that this is Talmahara, because I have been receiving, this sort of, like, when asking, basically, questions about someone connected, especially when like the moth curse was still on me. There have been moments when I've been divining things about like Delmont and so on, or like his allies in Talmahara, and the cards just say switch. And the second time when I drew a card, the tower and the eye moved closer. So I'm not going to divine on Dorothea again, but
No problem.
but I can't tell you whether it's a Talmahera agent or not. They could
No
have
problem.
placed someone in here specifically because of what's going on. The easiest for us, like, if we want to find out who's Dorothea, we might as well as like meet Therese and I ask her, and you see whether she's lying or not.
Well, if she knows the truth.
Yes, but we
If she
ask
doesn't
her.
know, I get nothing. Like, if she believes it's truth, but it's not, I
Yeah,
don't
but
get it.
if you ask Therese, are you Dorothea? Are you or Jeanette Dorothea?
Well, we'll burn this bridge when we cross it. At this point, we'll probably like arrive at some
Either way, point is
abandoned
that
mall.
I'm not sure. And
It is okay to say I don't know.
no, I'm not sure, and I can't tell you whether. Well, I suppose I could draw a card that maybe like, does it make sense for us to, go?
If you get
With the
another
meeting.
vision, it might be painful.
Well, not only that, if it's moving closer and if it's like, if it relays the fact that there is some sort of guard, it might mean that, moving closer means I'm becoming more visible, so to say.
So, as the most senior member of the pack after you present, I just won't ask you to, just out of caution. Just don't risk it. It's not worth it. If you die here, what I'm gonna tell Olivia?
Probably gonna die.
Yes! That's two
Anyway.
perfectly good pack mates dead. Probably 3. So just don't press it. Just remember, like I said, it's okay to say I don't. We'll learn it. We'll know. At this point, we're like at the parking place of some like abandoned mall.
Mm-hmm. I'd say it's exactly that. It's like a mall that sometimes someone goes there to explore it, but it's more curiosity over an abandoned building.
Yeah. Let's call Grandpa.
Just him or anyone else? Before that.
If you can get Johnny, if you've seen him, which probably you didn't. Did he say
Johnny. The name is just enough for me to summon. Alright. Do you have anything from this Johnny? Just to make it easier on me.
I'll pull the pack of cigarettes. Fucking careful.
Okay. I'll try to summon Soul on Johnny first.
Alright. I believe that requires a roll, correct?
Yes, manipulation occult at -1 difficulty because of the cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
The difficulty would be the ghost willpower or 7, whichever is higher.
What are the difficulty modifiers and the power?
-1 because of the object that I have.
Are there
pack of
any
cigarettes.
other possible modifiers in the power description? I'm trying to ask the question
No.
without giving this away.
Like negative, like more difficulty too. That
No, is there any circumstance where you'd get an easier time doing this?
well,
No, not really.
He has a killer over here.
Hmm. I don't think there is, which is ironic for what you're holding, but okay. Let's just go with what it says there. Go on.
Is that a feather?
I mean, it doesn't say anything about feathers here. It just says an object in which the rape had some contact in life must be in the vicinity.
Mm-hmm.
In It provides a
So,
-1
yep.
difficulty.
Roll. So it's difficulty 7, correct?
Yes.
Goals, power, something.
Manipulation occult.
Okay.
That's a 0.
So you focus on the box
It was
of
nice knowing you
cigarettes.
guys.
You open your hand, attempting to call to the ghost. Now, this is a botch. Does the power tell you what happens on a botch? Like a specific thing?
It's not a botch because difficulty is lowered by 1.
Yeah.
Oh.
It is exactly 0.
Okay, so it's exactly 0. Okay, I thought the difficulty -1 was 7. Okay. So you reach out, trying to pull the entity, and when you sense that you should have a grip on it, that you could, like, pull it to you, you don't really feel that connection being established. Almost like it's slipping away. And you try to grasp at it, but you just don't manage.
Since it doesn't use blood, I will like try it again.
Sure.
Might as well. One more time.
I'll just
Oh, at least-
mention this on the side every time you repeat these powers that don't cost you anything and you have to roll. I am imposing some consequences on what you do. But yes, continue. So that is
I get
definitely enough successes.
Yeah.
So you focus, and this time you feel that connection stick. And as it does, you begin to clench your hand, and with the focus, you begin to hear faint screams within the Shadowlands as the figure of a man, essentially enveloped entirely in smoke, begins to manifest, clasping his neck and trying to push something away from it. And as it essentially pops into existence, it looks around confused and terrified.
Do we see it all? Or only Jasper?
I believe this is still in the Shadowlands, correct? Jasper?
Let me check here.
I can check as well. Summon soul, correct?
So this power determined. Well, it would know because the everyone would get a feeling of sudden terrifying descent as they reach through the far great beyond.
Yeah, so it seems like it's not within the Skinlands, so it remains in the Shadowlands, and it's not necessarily aware of you.
I look at Jack and said, "It's probably in the Shadowlands right in front of us right now. Would you like to go meet him?"
Or
Okay, I need some more of your blood.
Serena, you're coming? Serena has fallen to the
You might be muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are.
To the Shadowlands,
Mm-hmm.
and we are able to perfectly get out.
I
Yes,
assume.
as long as Jack provides me with the blood.
Jack.
Yes,
Why Jack?
I
Abyss.
need the La Sombra blood in me to do
I
this.
see. Okay, well, if Jack needs blood, I have blood to give, so let's go. I have not been to the Shadowlands, so
Neither have
absolutely
I.
yes. Let's go.
I'll give Jasper another 2 blood points.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll try to open one big enough for all 3 of us.
Okay. Would you
Hopefully.
kindly describe how you do this?
First things first, I need to look for any puddle.
Yeah, you walk around and it takes you a while, but eventually you find this essentially this area within the mall that had these. It was the staff only area that had these pipes running above, and one of the pipes seems to have broken and it's dripping. And the puddle it's formed, it's not huge, but it's enough for one person to step through.
So yes, Jasper would first get on his knees, meditate as he gathers enough death energy, his connection to the sticks. He would then, once he obtains enough energy, at his wrist, let just a drop of blood with La Sombra blood of his drop into the puddle, and he would begin to chant and move, just like Freya has taught him to do the ritual.
Mm-hmm. As
And
as Jasper chants and focuses the energy on the water, Serena and Jack, basically as you look at the water, you see that whatever reflections were on it almost begin to shift and fade. Almost like the water itself begins to absorb any light that might make contact with it. And Jasper?
I would like to use willpower on this, just saying,
Mm-hmm.
beforehand, before I roll.
Oh!
God,
Willpower.
well, good
That's
thing
one
Vash-
success. That's one success.
Oh my god.
That
It's
is-
not willpower. Give it in a fucking abyss.
Yeah, one willpower guarantees you have one success.
Like, no
Minimum.
one can
It's
cancel
fine.
No amount of ones can cancel it.
You're good, my man. Ah. Okay,
My god.
so basically, as the puddle begins to turn black, you begin to see the reflections returning to it somewhat.
Oh, it's not just black. It starts to swirl like a whirlpool.
You see the reflections begin to return, but as you look at the reflections, it's almost like they're inverted. And as you begin to make out what the reflections are, it begins to swirl slowly and speeding up and speeding up. And it's almost like where the puddle would end, it doesn't.
Okay, that I made enough to one person to jump in. Serena, you go first. I might need one more blood from Jack.
I gave you.
Probably.
I gave him
Go.
2, so like
Mm-hmm.
to return I'll deal more.
All right.
Will Serena jump?
At this point,
That's
I
the
might just have a fucking crystal for him just to.
Wait, do you mean I'm gonna have to jump in there, but
Don't
There's
worry,
no gonna-
we're becoming in next.
Just don't walk around much.
Serena just like looks at him and is like, if you
Jasper,
don't
like,
come in there
trust me, bro.
at the same. Serena just looks at him. You realize that if you don't come in there right after me, and something happens because you botch up the ritual later, you're dead.
worry, I can always try to find another puddle to get you out. And I can keep seeing you through wraiths, so if anything happens, I'll be able to get you out. Don't worry.
Serena just is like, well, time to engage in some risky behavior. Just after I got engaged. It steps through.
Okay. You place one foot above the puddle, and stepping into it expecting the floor to meet your foot, it just goes through. And it's almost like as you fall into this pit, gravity for a second stops working, and then you feel ground beneath your feet. And as you look around, you sort of feel yourself rising up. As you look around, you see you're in the same hallway as before, only it's much shorter. And as you look into the main area of the mall, the tiles are the same size, the structures are the same size, but the room extends almost for kilometers in any direction of it. It's a very weird feeling. The air is stale, almost like you try to breathe in and there's nothing there. There's no wind. There's no sound whatsoever. And anything that you could call color, not there.
Weird.
As you say this out loud, you almost hear echoes, as if you're speaking into absolute nothingness.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait for those guys to come through.
And then we proceed to leave.
Well,
Nope.
that's done.
Nope.
Bye.
Have a pleasant honeymoon in Shadowlands.
Now we just need to do the same to Olivia. Let's go.
And not die.
Yep.
So next goes Jasper, yes?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll again. Gonna use willpower once again.
How about since you're so unlucky today, you just get me back out and we go home?
Ooh, 3 successes.
Okay. So you...
So that's enough to bring 3 people.
Okay. So I'm assuming Jack steps through first.
I finish up. the ritual,
Serena,
like
as
Jack
you look around and you're surrounded by this nothingness, you begin to see something form near you. At first, it's the shape similar to a skeleton. And then as you focus on it, it's almost like it bursts up into the shape of Jack that just walks forward as if nothing happened to him. And Jack, you see yourself in the same situation.
And Jasper would go next.
Yeah.
That's an interesting experience.
And as Jasper steps through, unlike what you saw with Jack, Serena, Jack and Serena, both of you see this almost ooze rising from the floor and forming Jack's shape that just walks through it quite effortlessly. Jasper's shape. Apologies.
But... So I guess we can go and talk to Johnny.
So let me lead you guys. And
Yes,
Jasper
please.
would lead them to Jack's, well, friend on the other side.
All right. As you walk through the mall, and eventually you reach the area where you summon Johnny. Jack, you look to see Johnny just as you remember him. Only the side of his neck is oozing this pitch black smoke out of these two holes right on his carotid. And his veins seem to be almost shining pitch black on his very, very pale skin. Almost like he's empty of anything. He seems to be looking around quite panicked. And then his eyes lock onto yours.
Hello there.
What's going on?
No, Jack, I will warn you. You might not
What's going
remember
on?
much.
You died.
Stop bullshitting me. What's going on?
As I said, you died. We're in Shadowlands. Have you been to the mall at, like, when I named the address?
You killed me.
Yeah, that happened too.
You fucking killed me.
And yet you're here.
And I have to roll something?
Mm-hmm. Fireball.
Okay. So, essentially, as he looks to you with this building anger in his eyes, you almost see his eyes cloud up as if there are shadows climbing out of his head to cover his eyes. And he speaks up, and this time the voice is much louder. It echoes throughout the mall. You betrayed me.
I came here to see you.
What the
Would it
fuck
be
did
fair?
I do to you to deserve this? And as he says this, you begin to see his shape sort of shift for a second.
You didn't do anything to me. I kinda liked your company. But what Vikers have planned is beyond my grasp.
As you say this, he seems to... It's almost like his expression shifts through different emotions as he's trying to puzzle things together. And then he looks to you and says, I'm just an experiment to you.
To me, not really. I knew your... Was it grandpa? Or grandpa? I knew your grandpa. We surfed together. And through some divine machinations, as Vicus found you later.
Hope you rot in hell, Jack.
Don't worry, I will. That's your thing. If hell's a thing.
So what's this?
Shadowlands, essentially afterlife.
No, why are you here? Why am I here?
To see how are you? Maybe to help you move on. Maybe to help you find another afterlife.
What the hell do you think is going through my mind right now?
No idea. Anger, most probably.
Most likely thinking about killing you, Jasper mentions.
Well, lucky for you, I've had some experience dealing with shit like this.
Well, if you decide to kill me, and you manage,
I can't.
then it is my fate.
I can't. I can't kill you.
Because why?
Because the moment I try,
unconscious.
you got enough tools to kill me instead. And sure, might not be gone forever, but I'll be gone. So you got all the cards, just like you did when I was alive. And I got fuck all, as usual. Just because you and your kind just love to use us.
That sounds about the truth. But I can't force you to do shit. Vikas can't either. If I can help you move on, I'll help you. If
I don't need your help.
then in any shape or form you need anything, don't be afraid.
I got a long ways to walk.
Then I guess I'll see you whenever I...
I'm sure you will. Let's just hope I don't meet anyone who doesn't like you. Might be tempted to spill the beans. I'm sure you'd stop me first.
Oh. Since
I would kindly ask you not to. I
since
didn't mean you harm. The killing is unpleasant, I get it. But if you were embraced, it would have been much likely way worse.
He seems to process what you've just said and opens his mouth as if to say something, but stops himself and simply turns around and begins walking away.
Jasper
By the
would
way,
just
here's a good news for you. Waylon's fucking dead.
He doesn't seem to react at first, even though he does raise his head when you speak.
And we're gonna call him next, so if you wanna pace on Old Man's grave, you're welcome to stay.
well, Jack, if you want to put him in the aquarium if he misbehaves, It would be probably for the best that your friend here isn't nearby at all.
Well, as he said, we probably have enough tools to make. And unlike Johnny, I have a grudge to settle.
Very well.
So you attempt to summon Waylon now?
No,
Uh,
I'm
I-
waiting to see what this girl is doing first.
He just walks away.
It is live.
Anywho, you guys ready? This one will
Mhm.
be very unlike this last one, which was reasonable. I did well, after
mean,
you started talking, I
if Wayland,
expected to
even
attack you, Jack, but he
even
didn't.
if I mean, like, that's provided Valen did leave a wraith. As far as I'm aware of vampires, fairly.
Oh, I'm definitely sure by his face when he was dying that he definitely at least became a wraith.
Oh.
So let's show him who stands on the.
Fine. Give me a second. And Jesper will once again use Soul Summon.
Let me check something. Okay, you won't need to roll for this. Expend what you need to expend, but basically, as you focus and attempt to pull that presence, you call out to the name Wayland. You try to pull that presence. You find there's something there, but attempting to pull at it, it feels like you're trying to pull him out of something he can't leave. Like something's tugging back.
Like he's in the cocoon. So,
Sort of, yeah.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jack. Today's not the day. He most likely hasn't emerged as Wraith yet. But he will, if that makes it any better.
Right, can we go now back home?
Yep. Shadowlands is fucking depressive.
Yes. I need blood. Because I'm starting to get
Here.
hungry.
Crystals.
I would laugh my ass off if you guys got here and you didn't have enough blood to go back.
Oh, I have enough. I have enough. Eventually, I'll go hungry. But
I plus
So-
have enough to give Jack some blood so that he can make some Lazombra blood.
Yes.
How many are you giving me?
2. Just in case.
Okay, because the cost to go back is twice as much.
Oh my god! That. Yeah.
Extortion!
Extortion.
So yeah, this time at least we don't need a puddle. I can just create it.
Don't mess it up, buddy. Because there are 3 vampires here, and 2 of them might look mighty delicious.
So yeah, I'm using a willpower again. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Where people can go through.
Nice.
Yep. And the
Jump.
first one just step through is Jesper.
Alright.
Once he's done.
So
Just in case shit goes wrong, we can get out.
this time it's almost like the shadows themselves seem to imitate the patterns the water was making. And Jasper, as you step through, you feel yourself quite naturally floating back into the skin lands, marked mainly by the feeling of the cold air touching your face and breezing past as you rise out of the pool. And the other two shortly follow.
Just in case I had contingencies, okay? Well, I
That's-
kinda expected Johnny pissed off.
I mean, he didn't
I
attack
mean,
you.
He wasn't
did.
happy
You did
either.
kill him.
I did. No denying that.
Yeah, that will piss off most Wraiths.
No
My
shit.
dude.
No shit.
Seeing the person that killed them just doesn't sit well with anyone, really.
And say I didn't try to fix it.
I mean, it's not like you fixed it. He still harbors anger towards you.
And he's welcome to
Though
kill
not
me.
as much anymore, he still might come back to bite you in the ass. But hey,
He's welcome to try and kill me. I'm not afraid to die.
next time, try not to ask me without warning me that you want to summon someone that you have killed before.
Well, Johnny's probably gonna be the only person killed I had any sentiment to summon.
Anyway, I'm hungry.
Sorry?
I am hungry. Let's leave. I need to eat.
Yep.
And
How are you feeling about munching the whole body?
I wouldn't mind.
Very well. On our way back, I'll find an inconsequential person and just basically command them to get in the car.
all right.
Serena's the whole way back is just reading a book.
I'm kind of interested. As the person gets in the car, I'm not gonna make you roll. Jasper, how do you treat the situation?
When he said a whole body, Jesper thought he was playing, not that he will actually get a fucking person for him to just try and kill.
If I don't kill it, I don't give a fuck.
Question, just out of curiosity, roll me to see what kind of person he got.
Hmm.
What do I roll?
Jack, would you care who you get?
Someone
Apart
who looks
from-
inconsequential to not raise suspicions, like drug dealer, some fucking gangster.
There you go. Drug dealer.
Oh, then fine. He happily will drain this motherfucker.
Okay, roll conscience. Pretending to
Makes sense.
justify something doesn't make it right. Yeah, you feel like shit. Well done.
I don't care, but I feel like shit, but at least I killed someone that deserved dying.
Yes, he got his morals checked
if,
today.
if Serena sees that and like Jasper, she just like looks into the rear view mirror, just like this with her teeth, and then goes back to reading.
And as the three of you make your way back to the Haven, we will end the session there. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next week.
See you
Bye.
around.
Bye bye.